a sound before you make it. Yeah. You start to freeze as horror looks you right between the eyes. You're paralyzed. 'Cause this is thriller night. And no one's gonna save you from the beast that's about to strike. You know it's thriller night. And fighting for your life inside a killer thriller tonight. You hear the door slam and realize that there's nowhere left to run. You feel the cold hands and wonder if you'll ever see the sun. You close your eyes and hope that this is just imagination, girl. But all the while, you hear a creature creeping up behind, and you're out of time. 'Cause this is thriller night. There ain't no second chance to kiss a thing with 40 eyes, girl. Thriller night. You're fighting for your life inside a killer thriller tonight. Night creatures crawling, the dead start to walk in their masquerade. No, there's no escaping the jaws of this alien tonight. This is the end of your life. Come on, come on. Thriller night. 'Cause I can thrill you more than any ghouls would ever dare try. Thriller night. So let me hold you tight and share a killer thriller tonight. Thriller night. Girl, I can thrill you more than any ghoul would ever dare try. Thriller night. So let me hold you tight inside a killer thriller tonight. I'm gonna thrill you tonight.
Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize y'all's neighborhood. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. The foulest stenches in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver. For no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller.
Happy Halloween, Arvanauts. Happy Halloween. That is one of my favorite songs that we do from another group here. It is an a cappella cover of Michael Jackson's brilliant Thriller by a group called Duwende, Duwende. These people are awesome. They are out of New York, and you should check them out because they're really cool. And I hope it doesn't get my VOD muted to heck. I don't believe it will because I think it's just the opening, but I'm going to do it at the very opening and the very end so I can just take those things out if I have to and if the DMCA people want to have fun, by taking away other people's fun. This obviously is Saturday. It is Halloween. It is a full moon. It is October 31st. And we are back with our annual Halloween show. We are going to be concluding some Metroid Fusion tonight, hopefully concluding it, I believe. And then when that is done, we have got 2 readings for you today. I've got Edgar Allan Poe's William Wilson on tap for you. And then we'll be wrapping up with, as always, every year, Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. So happy Halloween, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well and you had a good day today. And I hope everyone is staying safe and doing all right. We are only 3 days from hopefully returning the United States to a path of sanity. That is the hope. And so, yeah, and daylight savings ends. I know, all of the things coming together just in one time. I also have a little guest with me. So before I go through my usual stuff, let me just get rid of that. And let me get rid of this. Whoop, 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 whoop. And let me turn on this. Who is it? Oh, who?
I know that.
You know who that is. I think this might be Mini Arv. I think that I might actually have on my lap Mini Arv, who had today a good Halloween. What did you do today? You went out to hike and you were wearing, what was your costume? What costume were you wearing? What was your costume?
Batman.
Yeah, Batman. He was wearing yeah, make sure you get that going. Yes, he was wearing his Batman outfit. So it was very cute. And the face. You are a silly little boy. But he was wearing his Batman costume, and then he got some hidden candy, right? He found some candy that was, they hid the candy and you found it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had a good time. So it was good. It was a lot of fun. And we did this with socially distanced friends of ours, all outdoors in this state park and everything. And everyone was masked up the whole time and the whole bit. So it was nice. And so he wanted to come in and say hi. He's going to bed in about 3 minutes, roughly speaking. But yeah, so we are here with you for the show today. And I hope everyone is doing well. So anyway, if you just before we get started, ways to support us, you can follow the channel. You can follow the channel. You can check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. You can check out the Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website for this is !ArvCord. You can always find that on our website, arvaneleron.com. Exactly. You can also check out our merchandise area with !ArvShop. You can check out our Patreon right next to my son. Look, right there. See? Right there. With Patreon, !ArvTreon. So we've got that going on. And then we've got the sub button, which is that sub button right in that video window. And you can do all of that stuff, which will give you inspirations for the players and custom sub badges and Twitch emotes and all that good stuff. And last but certainly not least, on the publishing side, !Icarus for the Icarus retail version of my Icarus graphic novel coming out November 10th, only 10 days away now. And !Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e Adventures source book, which is coming out in print, which is available on Drive-Thru-RPG, coming out in print from... What are you doing? Don't hit yourself in the face, you silly... You are... Why would you want to hit yourself in the face? I don't understand. Why would you do that?
Because I don't have a beard.
Anyway, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library for Alligator Alley Entertainment. And we've got Gray Shade KS, my Gray Shade Kickstarter, coming out on February 2nd, 2021. Also, we have, of course, BLM, Black Lives Matter. We've been talking about how significant it is, and I'm going to continue to teach this little boy about the importance of that subject also. But it is really important. Resources, links, and so forth over there, so please make sure to support BLM. And Vote Now. It's Saturday, folks. Sunday, Monday, and then Tuesday's Election Day. There's been an enormous early turnout, which is great, but we need to keep it up. We need to not only defeat this fascist. We need to defeat him utterly and drive him back to the Stone Age and all the people who support his positions. So we need everybody out there. So please, if you haven't already done so, if you can register to vote already, like same-day registration or similar, then do so. Presumably you're all registered already. Just make sure that you get your vote in and you have a plan, not just by mailing, because it's going to be important. Exactly. We need Halloween, which is all of 2020, to come to an end. So please make sure you do that with exclamation point vote now. And I think the only other thing I need to mention is just quick note about schedule. This is our last stream of October, obviously. Then we get into November. I will be working on schedule tomorrow and then doing a lot of grading. But we will have, of course, Sound Clash, the Clampdown with the Rising Tides will be back. And we're going to have our fundraiser. You're sitting on my cord. We're going to have the fundraiser for Sound Clash, the Clampdown on November 22nd of next month. So you'll definitely want to do that because it's going to be awesome. And otherwise, we've got Curse of Strahd.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. That's going to be next weekend. And as per Genesis, we'll have Adventures of Middle Earth. We'll have the Gamebook illustration stream. We'll have lots more Final Fantasy VII remake. We'll have the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month. We'll have stuff over on GOG with Vaporum Lockdown and D&D over there. So it's going to be great. Right, there is no Sound Clash on the 1st. That's right. Yep. There's no Sound Clash on the 1st. There is Sound Clash going to happen back on the 8th, and then the Sound Clash fundraiser on the 22nd. So that's what we've got going on. What?
This is how.
So that's what we got going on. But tonight, it's Metroid Fusion and Edgar Allan Poe. Before that happens, though, this little boy's going to go to bed. What do you want to say to all the people before you go to bed? What do you want to say to them? What do you want to say? Do you want to say Happy Halloween?
I say hello to you.
Hello to you. Okay, that's a good one.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Okay, happy birthday, everyone. What about Happy Halloween?
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. You are wearing, do you want to show them your pajamas? He's wearing Snoopy pajamas. He's got Snoopy and Woodstock, and then he's got Snoopy and Woodstock pants. And during our Christmas family stream, you will see more of Mini Arv when that happens. So you'll get them as well. So that's what he's got going on. Yes. And now, my boy, it's time for you to head back to Mom. I love you. I love you. I love you. Okay. He is a pretty cool kid. He is he's a lot of fun, and his personality, as you can see, it's really unfortunate that he's really sort of shy. He doesn't like to sort of talk to people. He's very kind of uncomfortable. You can see with the spotlight. I mean, he just but anyway, but I hope everyone's doing well and is looking forward to what I hope is going to be a fun session tonight. We got some Metroid Fusion going on, and then we got those 2 Edgar Allan Poe stories, as I said. For those of you who were here last night, by the way, we had a good turnout for Curse of Strahd, and I'm really sorry. Hey, Thork, I'm really sorry that we were not able to wrap it up. I was really trying, but I had felt we might need another session before, and then I was like, and I doubted myself. I'm like, maybe a long marathon session is enough, and it just wasn't quite enough. But the good news is, I get, as my players pointed out, it's an epic 2-part conclusion is pretty awesome to any kind of show, and also it means that we'll get Strahd as the main kind of focus plus the aftermath, and we'll get a chance to hear the players talk about the campaign and things like that. And then, as I said, we'll be moving on to Palace of the Red Pasha, which is the high-level Tyranny of Dragons campaign. We'll be returning to those players, and we'll do that for about 3.5-4 months or so. And then after that, we go back to our next big full campaign, which is Eberron. Probably, I don't think I'm quite ready to announce the name of the campaign. I have a couple of possibilities, but it is going to be set in Eberron almost certainly, and it's going to be great because Eberron is super cool. So anyway, that's what we got going on. I'm excited, and I hope you folks are as well. And I'm going to head over for some of this, for some Metroid Fusion. Oh, really? Sweet. Yeah. Oh, dude. First of all, quickly, Rising Tides. I'm telling you, man, it looks really badass, actually. Not, I shouldn't say look. I know it is, but I mean, it's going to be the first time that I'm getting to run it in 5e. I ran it in 4e. What's up, Hillness? I read it in 4e, and I ran it in 4e, and it was a really cool campaign, but I couldn't finish it because it was an in-person thing, and it just didn't work out in terms of timing and all that. And then we have, this is the first time I'm able to run it in 5e, but also it's just like, I don't know. Like, it's just, there's just so much cool variation on themes, I guess you might say. And it's got so many things that it's doing. It's also, incidentally, and I hadn't really thought about this before, it's also a lot of, it's radical a bit. And I think that's kind of neat in terms of what it's trying to do. It's also more group oriented, like you can have group patrons and stuff like that. So it's cool. I'm very excited for it when we actually get there. It's also really cool about that you actually did something on William Wilson, Trish. I had only read that story once or twice, and I was looking over the previous ones previously. Happy Halloween, Takirosh. Welcome in. Oh, cool, Thorg. I'm glad. So we have. I see. You mean you're gonna get to see the finale? Oh, that's cool, Thorg. I'm glad. The first time I did this, I read The Raven and The Cask of Amontillado, I think, which is one of my favorite stories, especially by Poe. I used to teach that story all the time when I taught Poe. Then the next year we always do The Raven, so that's that plus. So the next year we also did the story of Mask of the Red Death. The third year we did The Pit and the Pendulum last year. And so this is our fourth annual Halloween, and we'll be doing The Raven again, but also William Wilson. And I thought about a couple possibilities. I thought about the possibility of doing The Gold Bug. I thought about the possibility maybe of doing something like Ligeia. The Fall of the House of Usher is long. So I thought about it, but I'm like, that's a long story. And I didn't know that I wanted to read something quite that long, given that we're also doing the poem and we're doing this game tonight. So we chose to do this. But I think it's cool. I'm looking forward to it. So it'll be awesome. Awesome, Hillness. So you got to see one of the best second books in a series of all time. So that's good. I have not died at all so far today, at least. So, but welcome in, Esterma. Yeah, well, the thing is, I've read Mask of the Red Death before. Right now, I feel like it's a little too on the nose anyway. I feel like it's a little too like, hey, let's tell a story about a plague and about a guy who doesn't really care about the plague and, acts like an arrogant ass. And I'm like, alternately, 2020 in the United States. So I'm like, probably we shouldn't, we don't need to go down that path. I like to give people a chance to, it's not escapism, but to kind of get away a little bit sometimes, not to mention the fact that I already have done that as part of this. So it's a little too much, I think. But I certainly admire that story quite a bit, of course, and it is the way to do it. Oh, come on, Esterma. The thing is, when I'm dealing with a great historical writer who wrote something like 30 some odd stories, there's plenty to choose from. I'll come back to it again. I will definitely read it in the future, but I have read it before, and you can go look it up if you want to see it read up, and you can see my video of me reading it a couple of years ago. But I will read it again in the future. But now we get a story which is not often done, or at least not nearly as much, William Wilson, and you'll see how cool that is too. So. Anyway, but as far as this game is concerned, we are back here. By the way, technically, this is supposed to go into November 1st, but my thought is that I'm going to go over into November 1st anyway, and so I figured, this actually counts. So I'm going to make that happen. So I'm going to switch over to here, and let's do it. And I honestly don't remember what I'm doing, so... Okay, source of plant roots treated, plasma beam ability absorbed. So I guess that just means I have to leave, because I got the plasma beam. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Whoops, wait a minute. Oh, the classic. Okay. I swear to God, man. The problem with having a rolly chair and having wires is that this thing, gets stuck under wheels no matter how much. I have to keep my headphone cable up out of the way, and then I don't always use a controller, but I'm using it on this one, so. No, Sam gets a lot of attention. The Two Towers film is the weakest of the three. What's up, Nonstop? And yeah, I know I saw that as Terma. Although it's not even as giant though is the thing. It's not quite that giant. Yeah, I know. I saw that too, but it's not as giant as they're saying, by the way. But yeah. And Hillness, that movie, The Two Towers, has some good... I mean, it's still solid, but it is the weakest of the films, in my view, and it's because it gets a lot of things wrong. The big problem with The Two Towers as a film is that it gets Faramir totally wrong, in my opinion, so... What? You've restored... Oh, sorry. What? You've restored plasma beam functionality? Most unexpected. It's a great way. Even so, continue to avoid the sacks. It too may be stronger, and you still lack a few abilities crucial to survival. Wait a second. More trouble. Hold on. ... I've isolated the cause. There's been an explosion in the Arc data room. Well, crap. Samus, go to Sector 5. Is your objective clear? The damage is staggering. Find out what's causing it. Although that said, Lathy, like, this would be the year of all years, right? But no, I mean, like, you know. Yeah, great. You're assuming that that hasn't already been the case. Wait, what? What? I have to go to... Oh, okay. It's all the way over. Okay. That sucks, Kevin. What's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Happy Halloween. It's gotten worse. The damage seems to have been caused by a creature kept here by the researchers who named it the Nightmare. Of course they named it the Nightmare. Of course they did. Naturally. No, Sax is not a problem, but the Nightmare. That's true. That would all work. Yeah, the Nightmare. It's perfectly comforting. Apparently, it was a biomechanical organism designed for military application. Okay, I just want to point out that the phrase a biomechanical organism created for military applications, I believe every aspect of that sentence. Like, every part of that sentence is right. I'm not like, you know what? I completely believe you. I believe that that's exactly what it is. I just, you know, Southern dialects. It possesses uncommon power and can manipulate gravity. We must assume that it's become an ex-host. We have no choice. You must find it and defeat it. I can't confirm the location. Is your objective clear? This thing is out of control. Hurry before it destroys the entire station. Oh, great. Thanks, Lathy. That's great. I believe that it's gruesome. Biomechanical organism designed for warfare. So Samus, yeah. It's actually, yeah. I am the Nightmare. Wow, the plasma beam works on this too. That's super sloppy. Okay. How's the volume, by the way? I am the one who knocks. Okay. Not been back in this area for a while. Oh, hi. Volume okay. Computer impression bad. By that you mean awesome, Ms. Terma? No, the reality is that I wasn't entirely sure what kind of thing I was doing for that. Dude, this plasma beam, though. Oh, really? I hope this is something good. Ooh. Hi. Alright. Another missile tank. I'll take that gladly. Ah ha ha ha! Okay, speed boost. How the hell would I get that speed boost? Oh, there must be some way to get to it on the other side? Yeah, there must be some way to get to this on the other side. Well, well. Well, that's good. Cheaper, at least, as you say, Coven. Whoops. Okay, let's see. Interesting. Okay, so I want to keep going over straight. Guess I'll have to hit that save down there. Oh, oh, shoot. Sorry, cool manta ray thing. Yep, this is right. Oh, I can't really. Well, rip me. I didn't know that I can do that. It is amazing, isn't it, that the things that have, like, monetary value for us of some form are those things that we assign value to, right? I mean, it's all about what we view as valuable, ultimately. Okay, let's see. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to save state here. I'm going to save the state. Okay. All right. This doesn't look like an arena at all. Whoops. Okay. Guess I never got down over there. Thought I got down here already. Guess I never did. Okay. Alright. Okay, there's more stuff down there. Uh-huh. Oh, fish! Ow. Okay. Nope, don't want to do it yet. Okay, let's see. Really hope that's a save over there. It is not. That's got to be secret, something or other. No, did they strand more of them? Did they really heal this? I don't know why I should be surprised. How did they do that? Now, I'm going to be honest, you know, I want to be very, very careful, obviously, not to count any chickens before they're hatched and all that. I mean, it's very, you know, you have to keep pushing all the way to the finish line, etc., like all those sorts of things, right? But I have to say that the Trump campaign is sure not acting like a campaign that thinks it's got a path towards winning. I mean... Oh, wait, I can't do that. That's never going to work. I need to do a speed run, and I can't do that from there. Okay. God damn it. So, they sure don't act like it. But again, you know, you can never be sure, and you have to keep fighting for everything, you know, blah, blah, blah. But, that's amazing. Space Pirates. Oh, you... what? Yeah, well, I know, but... very different year, though. Different candidates, and also... as you know, Rudnell, 2018 happened as well, and so we have to account for that. Also, 2016 happened, so everyone remembers that. And I've seen more Democrats with serious, like, trauma, and I mean, not even joking, like, and I'm not even, you know, I understand why, but, man. So, okay, I want to well, nah, I'll just, it's fine. I know, it definitely seems like that for sure, Helmus. Okay. Oh, really? Interesting. Alright, well. Yeah, with the... Really? How do I get over there, then? That's amazing. It is all speed boost, but... Are you kidding me? Oh, hey. I'm actually glad I fired up at that guy. There's things over here. Hey there. There's something here. Reveal your secrets. I would assume so. I actually didn't know that you did, that you never cleared this, Rising Tides. I'm surprised. Ooh, there you go. Hell yes, more power bomb tanks. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that as Terma. I mean, I'm not minimizing how incredibly upsetting that could be for real, but like, again. It's just not a campaign that's acting like it's doing well, and a lot of... Anyway. Regardless, we already said it, so... Oh, no! Okay. Woo! Give me save room. Yes! Oh, yeah. Hell yes. Yep, they're out of money. I think you're right. I think that's actually true, so that's interesting. Oh, so see, you can now, this will be a chance for you to bring the whole situation full circle, you know? You'd be like, and now, finally, the circle is complete. Oh, hi. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. You know what this is, people. This is a farming area. If I'm not stupid about it. Okay, cool. Yeah, you saw it's oh, it's one of these dudes. Whoops. Yes, yes. Max health. Sweet. Okay. I was going to say that was a farming room, and I could still use that if I wanted to, but I think that's pretty good. But we added that, yeah. So, right in the eyeball. All right, I'm going to save that. This is all telling me we have this big boss coming up right here. None of this is on the map either. So I'm guessing that what we're going to get from this thing that we're about to defeat, back to what Rising Tide said, is going to be a thing. Oh, you jerk. Is going to be... Okay. Is going to be, like the last suit, which is like, I think it's maybe the gravity suit. It's the suit that lets you move in water at the same speed. So, oh, hey there. You are... Oh, trolled. Trolled. Hi there. What the freak are you? I am not hitting this thing at all. Wait a minute. Shoot. This fight is going terribly. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. So, I mean, I was hitting it. The Walmart's smiling. Hey there, you look like a nightmare. Yeah, I had a feeling too, it was too easy. I'm like, wait. Just this thing. Whoa, no! Gosh. Nothing better like going into the boss fight having lost a bunch of what I was doing. Okay. Right, so that can't be gotten through. Okay. So let's see if I can... That's the wrong thing. Ha ha ha! Yeah, look at that. Outsmarted. Alright. Now, however, I'm going to get hit, regardless. Okay, so... Yeah, no, I know. Okay, I'm hoping, maybe, that I can get underneath this thing and just shoot it with missiles a lot. Is it changing time? What is going on? Whoa. Ow. What the freaking heck? What the hell? Gravity, that's right. Gravity powers. Interesting. I wonder, can I hit it with anything other than the super missile? That's the question. Can I hit it with anything other than the super missile? Charge beam? Is that it, Reggie? Really? I think I'm gonna save state right before, because I don't think there's any reason to keep doing this, since I've obviously shown that I can do it. Alright. Not the generator. Oh, okay, so you have to... So I've got to take this thing out first. What you're saying is I have to take the engine out, right? Or take the generator out, and then I can plasma beam it to the face. Alright, so let's save state here to make that easier. Alright. Let me just make sure that that actually worked. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I guess what I have to do at this point is, I wonder if I can super beam it underneath. I mean, super bomb it, rather. I mean, I have plenty of missiles, but... Ow. How do you... Wow. What the heck? He does so much damage. Does this thing really have like military applications? Okay. What's up, Polar? How you doing? Monster Squad and no. Oh, okay, you're responding to him. Well, yes, there is that. All right, let's put that down here. Wow. This thing is hard. I don't... I'm not fully getting what I'm supposed to, I mean, because I don't, I mean, I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm just saying I don't know how I can avoid taking... Like, there's no way to avoid that attack. I don't... Oh, thank you, Trish. Yeah, I couldn't remember where it was. I mean, I knew it was one of those years, but I wasn't sure exactly when. Why? Hello? Why is this not... Oh, I'm hitting the wrong... Okay. It'd be nice if I actually was hitting the right button. I'm like, why is nothing firing? And then I'm like, oh, that's why. Yeah, whatever. I don't know how to... I don't know how I'm going to win this. I mean... Is there a faster way to do that than that? Okay, good. F9. I really wish I could remember the right button. Does anybody know how long it takes? How many shots it takes to kill this? No one has any idea? Does anybody have any idea how many shots it takes to kill this thing? Hey, what's up, Josie? It's called Nightmare. Oh. No, the Poe reading, no, you did not. Poe reading is later on. Yeah, I mean... I'm dead. Samus must utilize the ladder and the space jump. Are they kidding? How? I'm here to tell you, if they think that the space jump is that accurate, they're drunk. The problem is that you can only hit it from one side. The minute you hit the space jump, you're completely... $30 missiles? 30 missiles. $30 missiles. They have got to be kidding me. 30 missiles? I haven't hit this thing with 6. Wow. That's 2. 28 to go. They've got to be kidding me. I mean, what am I missing? Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh my goodness, chat. Woo! Oh my goodness. Okay, that I just did there was that's the key. If you're on the ladder, then you can just obliterate it. That's the key, I think. Ow. Perfect Nugan. This is the way. Son of a biscuit with the Triscuit. What's up, Burner? Burner. Oh, you. All right. F1. What? Wow, dude, really? Go to hell, go to hell. Oh. God damn you, god damn you. Takes too much damage, god damn you. The problem, honestly, the one problem I have with this game is that everything does way too much damage. I mean, to a ridiculous degree. Yes. Gravity suit. Woo! All right. That was crazy go nuts. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, the purple suit. Now we have the suit that's on the cover, which suggests to me... Yeah, I'm going to save this just in case in another slot, but... Wow, that was pretty crazy. Gotta go fast. That's pretty sweet, actually. I'm fairly happy with that. It was a weird fight, but the biggest thing about it, honestly, was the fact that once I figured out that was what this is for. Being able to hold on to this and just kablam, blah, 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 blah. Thank you, Thor. That was the key to doing that fight. Because otherwise I was like, he just does too much damage. Like, I don't... Oh, look at me going just as fast. All right, Chad. Now we're cooking with gas here. Okay. There were other speed walls I think I couldn't get to. Let me go save that. Go up there, can I? Yeah, I can. Okay. Now we're cooking with propane and propane accessories. Okay, cool. Alright, so we got the plasma suit. I mean, we got the gravity suit, rather. So, that's good. There was another area, though, that I couldn't get to because of the speed boosts or whatever, and I'm wondering... Well, it looks like I've been to all those places, actually, so maybe not. Maybe I'm just good to go. Maybe just G to G. All right. Oh, hi there. Okay. This is the speed one, right? Oh. What? Has that been locked out? That's weird. Because it looks like I can get through there, but... Alright, well, I'll get down below. Yeah, it might have been. I just remember doing it more recently. Okay. Right, okay, so... Okay. Over and down. Yeah, but there looks like a spot on the map. It's gonna be a lot easier with me able to move now. There's a spot on the map though where it looks like it's basically open to the other area, and it doesn't seem like that it actually is. Hi. Just a little face. eye shot you. What? I think it might be down here where there's a speed thing, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I think there was. Well, let's find out. Yes, 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 yes. What the freaking heck did I just go to? I just broke through to the other side, people. I just broke through to Sector 4. What kind of madness is this? What is that? Do I not have this? What is this? What is that symbol? Is that like the one weapon I don't have yet? It looks like I have everything now. I've got the morph ball, the high jump, got the super missile, the charge, the wide, the power bomb. The screw attack? That's what I would have thought, but do I not have the screw attack yet? Maybe I don't have it. I have the space jump, but maybe I don't have the screw attack. Nope. What's up, Rockot? It is the screw attack? Ooh, look at that. It's the screw attack. And I can't get through there normally. Until I can get through there, I don't think I can get through that either. So that is not going to work out. Alright, so I got to get... Okay. So that's not going to work, so I got to get back in here. I am just more sort of like... It's pretty awesome. I just broke on through. I would love to have been able to break all the way through, of course. Although I guess I could jump it, actually, now that I think of it. What? Come on. Really? Can I not jump and keep my speed boost? Yeah, I can. Yes, I can. I knew I could. Ooh. Check out the music, chat. "80,000 leagues under the sea." And convenient, since I can now move at the same... This is all areas I've never been to this part of Sector 4 before. the hell are you? Okay. Ow. I am not in good health shape here. Oop. Yes, I needed that big time. I was hoping for a red. Okay. Okay, good. I really needed that. Okay, good, lovely. So... very cool. Yeah, this would have been impossible without this, too. Did get a little good news. Not got x-ray, not fractured. Strained the ligaments in really bad. So ones that wrap around the joint hold together. Makes sense. It's just painful. Said keep moving in bursts. Make sure to rest every 30 minutes at least. So I got a crutch and I can walk in, which is helping with the stir craziness. Oh, that's good. That's good. Did they give you any, like, approximate time, Arudinel, that they're figuring that you'll be more or less back to normal with that thing? Yeah, my wife actually recently got an X-ray about some stuff that was bothering her on her. I think it was her big toe, but it was like this bone. 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, that's good. Okay, thank God for that. Thank God for small favors, right? I'm glad to hear that, Arudinel. But like the little bone at the top of the big toe, she had been hurting a lot, and she was. So it turns out that what happened was that it was a break from a long time ago. Like, they basically have no idea when she actually broke it, but it was a long, long time ago. And so he was like, yeah, at this point, there's not much you could do about it, except that, you know, every so often you're going to go through X, Y, Z, and it's going to be a little sore. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening with this. He's like, okay, well... just in time. Oh, it combines to make a nut. Really? Okay, you want to make sure that you kill that thing as fast as you can. I don't know what that is, but I don't have that either, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Kind of interesting room. Oh boy. Okay. Something very calming, very ASMR about this. Is that what they are? Oh, no, it's next security level. That's what it is. Thank you, Esterma. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's up, WizKid? You're still a little blue-eyed from waking up and going hiking all day yesterday? Yeah, no, it's the security level. That's what I thought. Okay, but that's fine. Whoa. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Okay. So I need to get the security doors open is what that tells me. And that means I need to go around. Oh. Okay. Alright, so go up this way. Okay, keep going over this way. So I need to go right. It looks like. Yeah, I need to go over right. Where was the hike? He asked. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yes, that was just a little kind of. What do you do? How's your father? All right. So I go over here and then down there. Oh, oh. This is how. Yeah, and that's the other side of that door. Okay. Joking me? The hopping halberdier. May your glaives be shiny and bright. Do I go up to save or not? I think I do. It's not an automatic climb without any problems, but it's not too bad, and shoot, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. No, we did not finish Halloween yet. Well, I mean, I guess the family did. We did our stuff earlier this afternoon. But yeah, my son is in bed and daughter is going to be heading there shortly. And, but yeah. We had a nice time earlier today, though. There we go. Oops. Okay, good. Oops, sorry, I meant to do. Mistakes were made. Nice. Oh, actually, you know what? That's so good, I'm going to save it again because that's actually got me up to full. I'm pretty sure that's actually full. Yep, that's full. And that means we save. Worth. Completely worth it. Third normal trick-or-treater. We didn't have any today. I mean, I didn't expect that we would, and frankly, we were not advertising it because, like, I just don't. At the current circumstances where we are, I don't think that we're in a position that, you know, is just not safe, in my view, at the moment. For us, I mean... Shoot. Darn ya. Takes so much damage. Okay. Dude. Really? I'm sensing a pattern, chat, and it's called "You can't get here without security." Oh, love a duck. That's unfortunate. That's a dead end then. Because there's no way to get through any of these other areas. So I've got to... Nice. That's cool that you got some photos at the studio, Rockout. I'm glad about that. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the isolation has been a big problem. And if we had locked down properly in the first place, we could actually be where a lot of other countries are at the moment, which is they're able to do things like see each other without, because they've got it down to a manageable level. But not when you manage it with the idiocy with which we have. That's really unfortunate. So there's nothing for it. I'm going to have to come back to that at a later point. The elevator is over there, and I can't get to it from here. So I'm going to have to go back up and save and then head back over to Sector 5. Which, I mean, you know, it's not the worst thing, but... No. I did hear one person... I saw one thing about a person who was using PVC pipe. Like, so the PVC pipe, like, from their door... and, like, slid the candy down the pipe. I was like, whoa. Yeah, I just don't think it's a good idea. I mean, again, for people who are dealing in a state... Like, New York State is actually arguably the third or fourth at most safest state in the country right now under the circumstances. The safest are, like, Maine, so where Rudinell is, New Hampshire, and I think it goes back and forth between Vermont and New York, basically. Every place else is a horror show. Let's see, where the thing... A lot better. Our idiocy cost us 100,000 lives, is the estimate right now. A lot better. Could we have stopped all of it? No, we would have stopped a lot of it. A lot more than we did. Instead of essentially doing nothing, which is what we did instead. This didn't need to happen to this extremity. That's the problem. It just didn't. Surprised. Yeah. Also remember that some of those death counts, at least in America, are undercounts, because it's one of those, like, you know, people saying that, like, well, they died from comorbidities. I'm like, right, comorbidities which are triggered by the fact that you had COVID. It's like saying it's not the fall that kills you, it's the sudden stop at the end. You know, the fall is what started it, okay? The fact that the end of it begins with, you know, what it begins with is immaterial. So. Darn it. Ah, darn it. In addition to the reported 225. There we go. Okay. So we're saving again because we opened up that other stuff in the room, and then we're going to head out of here back to Sector 5. Well, it's here's the thing, WizKid, right? Like I'm I don't think it's any secret that I'm pretty liberal. But the thing is, this is more than, this is not partisan, this is not about that. This is ultimately about what is just the reality of a cult, which is the way that what a lot of these folks have become. It's a cult. And like, looking at masks as if it's a political statement is cultish. It's cult behavior. And it's just not... Oops, nope. I'm going the wrong way. I have to go... Yes, I have to go up there. Right, exactly, Geezer. It's just, and it's maddening. I mean, it's maddening that it came down this way when it didn't have to happen. Not at this level. Okay. And then to blame... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then to blame... Right. Yep. And then to blame nurses about it. To blame nurses and doctors. I mean, that's the thing. Like, to blame nurses and doctors is just... because they're supposedly being greedy. I just, Okay, good. That's going to be a problem. Maybe I can get there from below? Yeah. Yeah, like just, and again, is the idea that doctors are perfect in all cases? No, but that's obviously not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a fundamentally, a group of people that are putting their lives on the line all the time, and the answer to that is going to be to mock and to just deride. I can't even. What's up, Lone Wolf? Okay. I don't understand how to get down to where that is, though. How do I get over there? Oh, nice. The witch's house. I don't even know if I know what that is. Oh, shoot. Not what I meant to do. Not what I meant to do. There's no way I'm going to get a thing off. We got a problem, folks. Did I break this somehow? Did I soft lock myself? Because... Yeah. I don't know if I soft locked myself. All right, thanks, Termite. Because I feel like, because this is speed, and I obviously can't get through there. Yeah, WizKid, you teach English over there, right? You teach English over there, right? Yeah. Well, in our country, certainly. Shoot. I think I might have soft-locked myself. Because I don't see any other way to get... I'm stuck there. It doesn't say it, but I'm pretty sure that's a security door down there in the bottom left. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, there's a security door here. I think, even though it doesn't show it. I got here by coming out of this and shine sparking. I think, I forget who told me this, but shine sparking up here. So, but I can't get back the same way, so... Oh, you teach math mostly English? Unless there's something in here? That's a problem. That could very well be a problem. Yeah, I know where that is. Jump up again. Okay. Hold that thought on those, Esterma. Hold that thought. Okay, there we go. Right. How long have you been doing that for? This over here that we're talking about. This is how I got down there before. Oh. Hello? Right, okay, well I think I remember, I came down here before, but then I got stuck down below. One of the 4 other similar blocks. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, thank you. Found it. There it is. Sneaky. Thank you, Esterma. Wait. Hello? Trying to drop down there, thank you. This is a little, bit of a maze we got going on here. Okay. And that drops us down in here. Yep, there it is. There it is. Wow. That's crazy. 2 years can't travel out of China, yeah. Okay. There we go. Thanks, Esterma. Okay. Now we have security clearance, so now we can get over to all of those doors. We can get out, we can get up. Okay. So now we're good to go. That's good. I wondered about this sort of like if there's going to be any other things I had to consider. Yeah, my thought is that we're probably looking at midsummer of next year before we have a reasonable possibility. I'm hoping that it comes in time that I can at least do like late conferences next year. It's going to make my sabbatical not what I was hoping it to be in the spring, you know, because I was planning on traveling and, you know, but can't do it now. But, you know, hopefully despite that, it will hopefully be, hopefully we'll still get something out of it because, you know, we'll be, those of us who will have made it, whoops, shoot, will be alive, and that obviously is much more important than anything else, so. Yeah, but it's of course it's always a possibility, who knows for sure, but the sense that people have had is that experts that, I've read a lot of experts about this who have said that it is not behaving like that. That, you know, like I heard these hysterical comments from people being like, you know, well, antibodies diminish after a couple months, and someone was like, in all cases, antibodies diminish after a couple of months. The question is whether or not it's got the engrams allowing you to, this is not where I want to go, the engrams that allow you to quickly ramp up antibody production. That is the question. Not about some silliness about, like, we don't have any antibodies in our system and oh no, that means this, that, and the other. We've had millions and millions and millions of cases worldwide and only a handful of confirmed reinfections. So the likelihood is that it does work the way that most of these things do work. And we had a head start because we had been doing work on other vaccines before this. So it does seem like a vaccine will have some effectiveness. And combined with these other things, we can drive it down to the point where actual herd immunity, which is not just letting everyone die like this clown we have thinks is the way to do it, then actual herd immunity can take over at that point. And then, you know, we may need a booster once a year. There may be something like that, but it seems unlikely that it's going to be one of those things that just is completely ineffective and doesn't work. The T cells, that's what we're looking about. So, yeah. Yeah, the T cells. Right. That's what I was thinking about, not the engrams. The T cells. But that's the thing, you know, it's not just like antibodies, these clickbait headlines, and I'm like, guys. Okay, it's not there, it's down there. Jerk. Okay. Oh, no. Scary seahorse. Shoot. Okay. Finally. Oh, looks freaky. Okay, I'll take that. Right, but one of the reasons, though, is, Terma, that we never actually did, that the common cold did not have something like a vaccine before. One of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons was the fact that there was never any money involved in making it. There was never any money in doing anything different, and that is no longer the case. What the heck? Ow. Ooh, is a save point? Yes, please. I saw that save point. I'm like, whoop. Right. Right. And there's unprecedented cooperation here. Like I've talked to a couple of people who are one who's an immunologist about it and one who's a virologist who says the same thing as everybody else that are experts about it, which is that it looks like some measure of immunity will be provided, but the some is the key, right? I don't think I'm supposed to do it that way. You know, what does some mean? And that's the million-dollar question, obviously. Shoot. It's gonna be a problem. Right, but it seems, Geister, like, from the most part, people seem to be suggesting that it's not... Mutations have not been extreme. Like, everything... And everything also needs to be said. Everything here, everything mutates, but mutation is not necessarily a thing which makes much of a difference. It depends on what's mutating exactly, but mutations are not all made equal, basically. Yeah, exactly. What the heck am I missing with this? So this thing, I know it freezes. The heck? Yeah, not a lot, but... I mean, I'm definitely supposed to be here, but... Right. Right. I am, you know, perpetually amazed by what virologists and immunologists are able to do. Like, a lot of times I'm just kind of like, that's crazy. It's been amazing and awesome. Okay, so that, if I can't go that way, then... Right, so I can't go that way. Hey, what's up, Yoda Morpheus? We're waiting for this for weeks. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Absolutely like pie. Apple pie, strawberry cream pie, Boston cream pie. I think I probably prefer cake, but I like both of them. I can't figure out what's going on here. Team Cake. Yeah, good to see you, Yoda. You know, I used to like pumpkin pie when I was a kid, and then as I've gotten older, I like pumpkin pie less and less, and now I'm much more an apple pie guy. I just thought of it. Yep, yep. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. This is how we do it. So, I've been here before. There's a data room over there. I still don't... I'm going to save state here just a moment. Key lime pie. I'll tell you what. The dulce de leche cheesecake from Cheesecake Factory is freaking outrageous. And with some of the gallbladder stuff that I deal with, I have to be careful about what I'm actually doing with it. So what I usually end up doing instead is I get it and then it takes me like literally like a week. Like I can have 2 pieces of it essentially. Oh, suck. I can basically have 2 pieces. Okay. Speed. Shoot. No, idiot. No. Well, I appreciate that, WizKid, and that's the key thing. I mean, the thing that I really want to emphasize is, you know, I don't have a problem with people who have different political views. I do call out, I am not a fan of what I call both-siderism, where basically it's just like, well, both sides are to blame, because I don't think that's true, but yeah. There we go. So I don't agree with both-siderism, but beyond that, I want everyone to be able to work with each other and not just scream at each other, for sure. But disagreement does not mean dislike either, necessarily. And sometimes I hear people being like, don't censor me, don't... People have every right to disagree with an opinion and make it clear that that's what they're doing. You are not free from consequences of free speech, just have every right to have free speech. Okay. Aha. Oh. This is gonna suck, because if you don't do it just right, then you fall right back into this deadly, like, just this gauntlet. Come on. Hate you. Hate you. I do not like these guys at all. They're a pain in the ass. Come on. I can't take a chance on this. I gotta go get some energy. Are you freaking kidding me? I'm in big trouble. I'm in big trouble. Oh my god. Oh. Key lime. Yeah, my mom was a big fan of key lime pie. Where am I? Okay, that's not that bad, actually. No. Stop being dumb. Okay. Although I guess I hate you. I really hate these guys a lot. Alright. kidding me? God. Jeez. All right. No, I didn't do it. This is what happens when you quit a game for a month. Yeah, well, there's also maybe a slightly harder section. Okay. All right, now. Yeah. Jeez. I hate these things. Are you... Save state. Automod has gone rogue. Really? See, the thing is, I'm not seeing it because I'm God bless America. I'm not seeing it because on Chatty it's coming through just fine. So swear to God. I am not a fan of the way that this is handled in these games. I never have been. Is it here? Yeah, it is. Oh, you Nope. 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 It's F4. Okay. Alright. F4. Good. I do not like this section. It's a pain in the ass. Are you son of a... I cannot explain to you all how absolutely infuriating I find these sections in Metroid. I just... What? I just explained it. Yeah, I suppose I did. Sure, that's what I meant to do. Oh no, I mean, definitely, that's exactly what I meant to do. Save yeah. I guess so. I guess I need to save up there, yeah. And like, honestly, it's one of the things that makes save states make these games even more enjoyable. Like, I liked them when I was younger, obviously, but it just... having to do this would be absolutely bonkers frustrating. Like, I'm gonna put it F1 there. Okay. See, I don't... Yeah, great. I didn't know that at all. Thanks, game. Okay. Saving that again. Got that one freaking stupid thing out of the way. Alright, here. Oh, thank God. Woo! You guys found this section relatively easy? I don't know. Data room, finally. Give me the map. Oh, wait, that's not data. Diffusion added to missiles. Charge with R, fire with B. Oh, I misread that. Wow. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, actually. Okay. Made it. Woo! Sign me up for that recharge room. Yeah, sure, Yoda. What's that? 160 and 20. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Okay. That was cool, actually, because that was a long way away from a navigation room, and we got a lot of stuff done in there, so that's cool. I'm very happy with that. Diffusion wave will also destroy blocks, not just freeze. Oh, you mean like in a room? So it means more than just power bombs, is basically what you're saying, Yoda? Can do that now? You upgraded your missiles? That's unusual. There was no word from HQ. A procedural error, I'm sure. How about I do whatever the hell I want, stupid computer? I mean, even so, I did not approve of bypassing security level 4. Why do I give a damn about what you approved of? I'm the bounty hunter here. Suck it. From now on, you will use more discretion. I'll make the call on what... This thing has been so sketchy You know what I'm saying, chat? This computer has been so sketchy for a long time. You've been taken over by X. I don't trust you. When was the last time you had your protocols scrubbed, huh? In any case, Samus, do you remember the security robot you faced earlier? I believe the X have infected it. That is to say, they have claimed the organic components that form its neural network. It has entered Sector 6. I don't know what it's planning, but let's not wait to find out. Samus, you know what to do. Is your objective clear? Yes. To Sector 6 quickly. Yeah, but... Yes, but... Something is very... sketchy about this whole business, I guess is what I'm saying. Pumpkin pie made with yogurt. The security robot seems to have gotten much stronger. This worries me. Be careful. But we have another problem. Once you're done, leave Noch immediately. The Sax is tracking you. Your objective clear? Yes. Don't stay longer than you must. Understood. Great, the Sax is tracking me. That's what I like to hear. Not at all. Haha, Federation. You will do what I tell you, Samus. Blah. Okay, I don't need that. Whoa, hey. What the hell? Forgot about these guys. Oh. Oh, that's also the screw attack? This screw attack thing... Yeah, exactly. Get ready to feel the burn. Ah, the rainbow slugs. Yep. I'll take that, thank you. Oh, hey. Oh, those things blow up when they get close. All right. No, be close to those things. Yeah. Where the hell is it? Down that same place, I wonder? I don't think there's any place that I can see that was locked off to me before, but it's got to be somewhere down there. Oh, right, these things, which are not deadly to me anymore. In fact, they're great. Oh, I already went there. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so it doesn't, it only destroys missile blocks. Okay, still, that's useful to know, though. Yeah, I basically like the way that they handled the upgrades in this game. Okay. Boom. 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 Can I save you some pointless backtracking? Yeah, sure. Nice. Nice, Isterma. Go back. So this is not the way. It's not the way. Do. Oh, by the way. I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm telling you right now, if you have not seen The Mandalorian yet, episode 1 of season 2 dropped. My daughter and I watched it on Friday. It's awesome. Freaking great. Now, it's not the best episode of all of the episodes, but it was a really good episode. Oh, it's so good. Okay, so Yoda, how do I go back? I go back left. Like it is in Sector 6 that I'm looking, right? Is Terma, if you get the chance, I'm telling you right now, it's really good. It's good storytelling. It's a fun story. It's very good character development. There's a lot of really good moments in there. It's beautifully shot. It really is Star Wars. And it's Star Wars without having to go down the Skywalker line and keep doing all that business, which, is some controversy attached to it now. There's nothing controversial about this. Everyone likes Mandalorian that has a chance to see it. It's great. Good night, Helena. Sleep well. So like down and to the left you're talking about, right? Oh, Rising Tide. Oh, Brandon. I really, when you get the chance, man, I really would love you to be able to watch it because it's so good. Because the thing is, it would remind you a little bit. It's episodic, but also ties together with narrative arcs at times. But not every episode is about the same kind of thing. There's a backstory, and there's a backstory which continues. And there are some episodes where you're really building the overall arc of the story. But there's other moments where it's just like Monster of the Week, and there's other moments where it's characters. There's some callbacks, but it's not constant. There's callbacks to different eras, and it's sometimes subtle. It's great. I really think Mandalorian is one of my favorite shows of like the last decade at least. Really, really enjoyed it a lot. And Fallen Order is a great game, as you know. So, first door on the left. Is it? But like, what I'm saying is Yoda, like, up and to the left. Oh. Okay, so you're talking about over here. Okay, gotcha. All right, I got it from here. Thanks, Yoda. Thank you for saving me the backtracking. I'll take it from here, though, just so as to, not fully, be able to figure some things out. Ashamed? But listen, what I love about the chat is we have all different kinds of conversations. Wow, hello. Yeah, this is... So I love how Metroid does it sometimes. Like, it's just one small little area, and it opens up everything. It's really pretty cool. Incidentally. Yeah, okay, so that's screw attack. Which means, guess who's going to need the screw attack to get out of here? One thing I wanted to note for everyone's benefit, or note for, yeah, basically everyone's benefit. There is a new, okay, so question first. How many of you have played Simon's Quest, which is Castlevania 2? How many of you have played it? I think it's an underrated game, actually, but how many of you have played that? Exactly. Oh, dude, Rising Tides, totally. Yes, it's exactly that, too. Western and Samurai. It's so good. Seven Samurai, in fact, was a huge inspiration for it. Not I, said the duck. Anyone else play Simon's 8-Bit Civ? I beat Simon's Quest? Okay. I have to show you guys this. I'm allowed to do this because I actually have written permission from the Super Guitar Bros to play their stuff on my channel. So I'm going to run over to this because I'm not going to play probably the whole thing because you can watch it at your leisure, but I want to play this one section that I thought was really great. Shut up, Ad. That I thought was really cool. Okay. So I'm going to capture this for just a minute. Okay. All right, so watch this. For those of you who played Simon's Quest. Okay. So this is cool, but this is not the best. Whoop, sorry. Sorry. This is so good, by the way. Super good. They're great. I think they're the best cover. I think they're the best cover guys working today. Like, seriously. Now watch this. I guess they're almost... Okay, it's not quite here, but just in a minute. Watch this just in just a moment. Okay, now watch. Isn't that great? They freaking played the dialogue box, and then after that they did, and it's the exact same fade out and fade in when it goes from day to night. It's exactly what it looks like. Oh man, it was so freaking cool. I saw that, I'm just like, I cracked up because man, dude, I remember that game. I love that game a lot. Yes. Hi, my love. You going to bed?
Yeah, can you tuck me in?
Can I tuck you in? Sure, I can. I'm going to tuck my amazing, awesome daughter in. I will be right back to you in just 1 second. And you can just talk amongst yourselves about the awesomeness you just saw. Also, slightly new Break Splash screen with a new chat window that'll make it easier for you to see. So hang tight, be right back. Okay. Thank you for your patience, chat. I should have left you a little bit of music, but thank you to Shadowed, by the way, for giving that little bit of a chat window right there. I actually could probably expand that a little bit. Let me do that very quickly. Just quickly. So anyway, I hope you folks like that as much as I did. I just saw that and thought that was really, really funny. And really cool. They're very good. They've played a couple times for my charity for ArvCon, and like they're really, really cool. Also, you can always link jazz. I love jazz and I play jazz quite a bit myself. And Stanley Jordan, which I know you mentioned, is actually someone that I have used Stanley Jordan's stuff for my creative writing class in a study that we do about Eleanor Rigby. Yeah, obviously he's incredible. So amazing stuff. Yeah, they're great. I really think they're great. Thank you also, Rudno, for doing that. I'm just jumping up here very quickly. Did you link, did someone link for WizKid the thing? The stuff, the business? Did anyone happen to link that as well? Okay, let me see. Oh, is Deadmau5? Oh, I'm probably only going to be able to play like 5 seconds of this because I'll get that thing muted from here and back to you know, SGB. I don't, you know, again, I have explicit permission to do that, so. That's sweet. Dun 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 bum bum ba da da. Cool. All right. That's neat. There we go. Very, very cool. All right, there's that. Good. All right. So thank you for everyone for your patience. On we go. On we go. Engage. Man, I guess I'll go this way. I have to try to figure out and like take a guess into which area is more likely to be. Oh, great. Everything's available. All right. I am going to go right then. Ow. Damn it. Super bomb the next boss immediately. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Is there a beam? There is a beam that goes through a door, isn't there? Isn't there a beam that goes through a door? I thought. Maybe. Perhaps not. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, what is that? Screw attack? Yep, screw attack. You'll find out. Alright, good. So I can't do that yet. Fine. Oh, are you a trumpeter, WizKid? Have we had this discussion? Because I also play trumpet. I play trumpet, in fact, in my progressive band, rock band, The Road, which has been playing, which has been doing some writing and working on its album. And in fact, we have had with us a musical guest on this album. I guess you could say guest so far. And it's someone who is known to this community, I'll just say that. So, anyway. Darn it. Really? I bet there was something there. Yeah, oh yeah. Nice. Outstanding. Human malware. Yes, I was jazz trumpet. I was first chair in my high school. We had a very good high school jazz band that did very well at a couple of Berklee College of Music festivals, and also played in our orchestra and whatever else. And I actually originally applied to be a student in music performance, but at the University of Hartford and the University of Connecticut, and I didn't get into either one. And as the old joke went, if I had played bassoon, they would have taken me as long as I was breathing. So they had a ton of trumpets my year, and so I didn't get in. I didn't have a great audition, and I didn't get in. And so I ended up going to the University of Connecticut and I did English education, and the rest is history, as they say. So, yeah, but it was an interesting experience to kind of think about how much that came around, because I've never, music has been so incredibly important and wonderful for me that I've always been very happy that I pursued it. And so I got a lot out of it, but definitely not what I originally thought I was going to be doing back in the day, because there was a time where I did state festivals and stuff, and I thought that was going to be my thing. So absolutely, there's tons of musicians. That's right, including Rock God. Rock God knows this, having seen me directly. First chair, yeah, that's a good point. The other thing about second chair is that first chair was always about, they always got the high note stuff, and I admittedly was much better. I was more like Miles, you know what I mean? I always wanted to be, not the highest one, so. Exactly, Geester. My brass kazoo. Oh, thank you. He's not so bad. I do have to note, by the way. Oh, interesting. Well, it's definitely not easier, Rudinell, and it's can be thankless in some ways if you're not interested in particular, I don't know. There's a lot going on when you're that age also, My uncle was big on clarinet. I will say, everyone likes to joke that an oboe, for example, is an ill wind that no one blows good, is the old joke. But truthfully, really good oboe players, of which there are not many amazing oboe players, but really good oboe players can really cut through an orchestra and make a lot of amazing sounds. And so I've always felt kind of bad for bassoonists, because I think they also, they have a unique sound that they can provide, but it's just, what the hell? What?
Warning, no entry without authorization. 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 Warning,
Definitely.
no entry without authorization.
I have a feeling they don't want me to enter without authorization.
Entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Can I speed it? I hear them, yeah.
No entry without authorization.
I wonder if I can...
Warning, no entry without authorization. 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 Warning, no entry
Hello?
without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
There we go.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Why is it?
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Okay, so that means that Sax has showed up, right?
Warning, no entry without authorization.
I'm betting. Don't answer that.
No entry without authorization.
Oh, God.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
I have a feeling our good friend Sax is going to be joining us.
No entry without authorization.
Oh my God, what? Okay. Whoopsie. I think I get it. I was too worried about the sax and not worried enough about this. A shocking revelation. Okay. Oh, I'm all the way up here? Oh, all right.
Warning, no entry without authorization. 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 Warning, no entry without authorization.
Okay, let's save it here.
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning,
Yeah, I
no
played
entry
with a
without
very good tenor
authorization.
sax player. And I agree.
Warning, no entry
He was kind of a...
authorization.
He was an interesting guy, but
No
he was a
entry
very good
without
player.
authorization. Warning, no entry without 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 authorization. Warning, no
Okay.
entry without authorization.
Okay.
Warning,
All right, here we
no
go. So,
entry without authorization.
ow, ow, ow. That's definitely not going to be it.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Terrible.
Warning, no entry without
No, no, no. I want to figure it out on my own. Damn it. It's too early. Ah, come on. Nope, 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 nope. That's garbage. Up out of the water. Jeez.
warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Damn it, too early again. I don't like that last miss of doing that. This is going like garbage.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning,
Oh, I just thought of something too. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Dead. Yep, dead.
warning, no entry without authorization. Warning.
Well, what I was
no
trying to
entry
do was without
without
having to be so
authorization.
accurate with how I hit it, because it's very, very hard to hit it right on. That's a garbage
Warning,
run.
no entry without authorization.
Wish you did not have to hit it. See, I hate that. That one right there is so infuriating. Yeah, okay, so I can't outdamage it.
No entry without authorization.
No. See, it's... I think the big problem I have with this fight is that there's too many obnoxious things going on at once. The electrified water is a pain. The fact that the thing has to be hit in a very tiny, precise window is a pain. The fact that it sends up missiles which don't quite fit on line, and so if you're hanging from it, you can't really shoot them down because half the time it hits your foot, so you'd have to jump off to do that, at which point you would fall into the electrified water is a pain. The fact that he can jump up and hit you is a pain. It's just multiple pain. It's just... Ugh.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
Yeah, exactly, Reno, yeah. Ugh. See that last missile? So annoying. So annoying. That... Oh. Yes.
Warning, no entry without authorization.
I mean, I just...
Warning, no entry without authorization.
I'm not trying to drop. It knocks you off, WizKid. Believe me, I want nothing more than to never drop from this ever. It knocks you off, though. Damn it, and it's slightly off. That's garbage. What the freaking heck?
Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry.
it. I don't think I've hit this thing. Oh, great. Ah, I couldn't get the... I'm just gonna, just for funsies. All right, let's see. 7. Well, it's not electrified anymore. Go to hell. What? I don't know exactly what hit you. Excuse you? What the f is hitting me? What? I really, really would love to know. Well, I have no idea what's hitting me. I know it, but I'm jumping over it though. I don't understand. I feel like I hit it just as the eye comes clear, and it doesn't matter because... Yeah, but how do I... I don't know how to hit it without being hit back. You have to hit it at an angle? You gotta be kidding me. You've gotta be kidding me. This is the shittiest boss in the game, easily. Easily. You've got to be kidding me. I'm telling you right now, I'm not good enough to do what is being asked. So it's going to be luck. I'm not good enough to do that. I don't... Am I even hitting it? that boss sucked. Oh my goodness. Electricity kills it? I don't even... But, like, what? I don't... do I have anything that's electricity based?
Warning. No entry without authorization.
Look at that thing.
Warning. No entry without authorization. Warning. No entry without authorization. Warning. No entry without authorization.
You do not believe.
Warning.
Oh, that charging shot is electricity?
Warning. No entry without authorization. Warning.
Okay.
No entry without authorization. Warning. No entry without authorization.
Okay.
Warning. No entry without authorization.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so, WizKid, because I did hit it a couple times with the plasma beam, but I think it was missiles that it needed to have. Also, good thing that I picked up a lot of missiles, because boy did I need a lot of them.
Warning. No entry without authorization.
Not authorization this time.
Warning. No entry without authorization.
Got your authorization right here.
Warning. No entry without authorization.
Restricted zone. Oh,
Warning.
that sounds
No
good.
entry without authorization. Warning.
Okay.
No entry without authorization. Warning.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Easter. Thanks.
Warning.
Okay.
No entry without
No, that's cool.
authorization.
This doesn't look at all ominous.
Warning. No entry without authorization. Warning. No entry without authorization. Warning. No entry without authorization.
Speed. Interesting. Well, hello. If it isn't our old friends. I wasn't totally sure. Well, this all looks safe. Crap.
Fire alert. This sector will soon be locked down.
What the?
60 seconds to isolation lockdown.
What the freak? 50 Hello?
to isolation lockdown. 40 seconds to isolation lockdown.
I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm getting out. What? What? What the hell just happened? Was that... Wait a minute. That didn't look like Sax. That looked like Samus. That looked like me. I'm Sax now. Okay. Yeah, but like... what the heck was I just watching, though, is what I'm wondering about, is Terma. No, 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 it's not that. I think I got the isolation. I want to know who the hell was just fighting them. Because it sure didn't look like Sax. I mean, not exactly. Should be interesting. It was the Sax. Samus, you shouldn't have done that. You ignored your orders. You may have to pay a price for that quite soon. As you can see, the Federation has been secretly working on a Metroid breeding program. That was the Sax. But it's interesting, though, that because it looked like me, though. It looked like my old self. I don't know, anyway. For peaceful application only, of course, please understand. Oh, yeah, sure. For peaceful application only, sure. But perhaps you already knew of this program's existence. Certainly you must have had doubts when you saw Sector 1. Sax, a faithful replica of the SR-388 ecosystem. Ideal for raising Alpha, Gamma, Zeta, and even Omega Metroids. Exactly, Yoda. This is like so clearly like, of course you were doing that. Of course you were. This research even uncovered techniques for rapid growth. Imagine creating an Omega from a larval Metroid in days. But that research is finished. The X has smelled out its natural enemy and one of the Sax is on its way here. One? Are you saying there's more than one Sax? Don't be so surprised, Samus. You know that the X reproduced by asexual division. Because of this mechanism, there are now fewer than 10 Sax aboard the station. Well, crap. Yes, exactly, Rising Tides. Oh, that's cool, Yoda. That's actually really cool. Samus, you must go. Get out. If you stay too long, the Sax will destroy you. Stop only at a navigation room to uplink to me. I don't know how HQ is going to take this, but you need to report to them immediately. Oh, sure. Yes, can maybe a Rudinell or Rock God or Dragon Spear or Thorg, one of the mods, can you just permit Yoda Morpheus, please? Now get going. I think it's capital M. The real Adam would have said the same thing about that incident, but he would have softened the blow. He was relentless in his criticism, but he always cared. He was not a machine obsessed with duty. No such compassion could exist in that computer. You did, but I think it's Yoda capital M. I think you can link it, actually. I think it should be fine, Yoda, yeah. Yes, they do have medical properties. Yeah, they do. Oh, no problem, Yacht God. Rock God. Did I call you Yacht God? I was looking at Yoda and calling. Okay, go to 1:10:20. Looking. So I see. It's kind of funny. It's a little bit of a flex too, right? Like it's a little bit of this, let me just flex around and do that. That's funny. Okay. Where was I? I was here. something over there. Yes, there is. What is it? Oh, really? Interesting. Alright. Oh, come on! No, come. I hate missing chips like that. Hate it. The passion. Oh, that's a much easier way to do it than what I was doing. There we go, jeez. But obviously worth it. Okay. Yeah, I did, but then I wasn't sure about this. There was another block that I had to destroy. So... yeah, I had, growing up, I had, well, I first had an Intellivision 2. No, first I had a old triangular ColecoVision, but not the ColecoVision you know. It had Pong, it had, like, light gun battle type of thing, and then it had, like, a car racing thing. It's like 3 parts of this triangular thing. Then I had a TRS-80 also, which I inherited from a friend of mine. And then I had an Intellivision. I had a Sega Master System. I had a Nintendo, the original. I had a, in college I got a Sega, I actually never had a Sega Genesis, but the guy on the floor did. I never had a Nintendo 64, but again, another guy on the floor did. I had PCs, obviously. And then later on, I started getting more stuff. I got a PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4. I got a Retron 5. I got a Wii. I got a Wii U. I had a Nintendo GameCube. I had a, I had a PlayStation... I had an Xbox. I have an Xbox 360. And I have a Nintendo Switch. I had an original Game Boy. I had a Game Boy Advance. And a Game Boy Color. And I never had a Nintendo 3DS. I think that's all I had. Here's hoping that I find a place to get more missiles, because I am low. But I needed that energy. That place looks weird. And not cool. Yes. Save game. I need that. Okay. Actually, wait a second. I do have some power bombs, so... okay. there's something down there. Yep. That's the point you were making, Yoda, about the fact that one of these opens up the others. Right. Still need the screw attack, which I still don't have. It's gotta be one of the only things left that I don't have, too. Okay. Energy's fine. I remember that thing. Oh crap, not these things. I don't remember now. What's the trick about these dudes? I remember that I don't like them at all. Well, for one thing, I need to try to not let them form. That's one thing. I remember Tekken. I do indeed. You have to shoot and then turn around? What? Really? You have to fight them? That's obnoxious. I remember Destruction Derby. Absolutely I do. Oh, wow. Nice. It worked. Success. Thank you, Yoda. That's a good call. Actually, that's a good call. Yeah, that's cool. I actually did not know that at all. All right, we're gonna go there. What the hell's the point of that room down there? Okay, nice. Boy, did I need that. Needed that in the worst way. Oh, jeez. Well, hello, Ridley. Fancy meeting you here. I had a feeling I was going to meet you at some point. Yeah, I did. I save state, yeah. Oh my god, that design though. Dude, the sound effects. I'm going to save state just for a moment. Welp. Am I at all close to destroying it there? Ah. I just don't know whether I'm really close enough. gonna try reloading the whole thing. Damn it. Alright, sounds good, Rising Tides. Sounds good, man. Good to see you, dude. I don't know. Wow, the slowdown though. Power bombs never do anything. It's just you think that they would. You know why we do it? Because it's annoying that it doesn't. That's why. So pretty much, once I'm out of missiles, I'm screwed. Is that what I'm understanding? problem is I feel like Charge Beam just doesn't hit enough. I mean, that's the problem with Charge Beam. I just feel like Charge Beam is not... I feel like Charge Beam just doesn't hit enough. Yeah, I mean... However, this seems to be going better, so... Okay. I can't get over the sound. Like, it's just like... Ugh. Oops, sorry. This is why we do that. Wait. No. Oh. Screw attack. Yeah, I didn't realize, Rock God, I totally didn't realize that it was... I didn't realize what it was doing, I guess. Like, I guess I hit it a couple times and it wasn't hitting it, and I think you're right that I ran into the tail, but I didn't realize that more than that. I hit him with some charge beams and all of a sudden it was going a lot faster, so... Oh, really? Okay, cool. Well, I am not going to complain about that, that's for damn sure. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ooh. Hell yeah. Okay. I have access to everything now. Yep. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to save. Actually, wait a second. I have less than half the E-tanks, really? No, actually, no. Oh, nice. I just happened to run into a save point. All the time. I mean, I didn't think I was rushing through it. Alright, sounds good. Sleep well, Thorg. A lot of the time. Wow, I forgot to. I remember actually the screw attack was always super, super powerful. I remember. It was indeed powerful. Yep. The ultimate weapon. Okay. Whoops. Oh, for the love of Christ. Come on, come on. There we go. Okay. Let's go left. Okay, what even is my objective right now? Proceed to navigation room. Okay. Right, so it's up there. Good adventures go left. Yes, indeed. All right. Let's see. Man, I remember the first time how carefully I had to take this. Okay. Let's go in here and take care of whatever this is. Right, exactly. But you forget all that, Yoda. Right? You forget all that in the pursuit of the greatness of whatever that game was. Right, I am no longer harmed by this. Nice. Take some more missiles. We'll deal with that in a minute. First, more missiles. Okay. Hey, these guys. Nice. Get some more power bombs. Okay. RuneScape. That was a game that was very old. I never actually played RuneScape, and I've seen some people play it. It's like the ultimate in old school, I know, but I really should play sometime. Boy, I really needed this. Actually, no, I don't anymore now that I think of it. But the energy I need. I really, at some point, need to figure out a way that I can play Meridian 59 for you guys. You want to talk about nostalgia? Back in the day. I was back when I was in... basically when I was doing my master's degree, actually. 25 years ago, God help me. Alright. Samus, we're done here. Leave the rest of the Federation. We should be preparing to evacuate the station. Are you joking? Do they know how dangerous the X are? How quickly they reproduce? The Federation has taken an interest in the X and Sax. They believe this life form has endless potential applications. Yeah, the same potential applications that worked with the Metroids, right? This is ridiculous. The X are heartless abominations. What potential could they have? It is not necessary that you understand such matters. The Federation is coming now. You should just leave quietly. This is madness. They won't stand a chance here. The station will devour them. What could be worth the risk? Capturing the Sax, of course. Are you serious? Do they really think they can succeed? It will certainly be difficult. They don't expect your help. They knew you would try to destroy the Sax. That's why they stopped sending you support data. The plasma beam modification was ready some time ago, but they withheld it to keep you from engaging the Sax. Oh, charming. Charming. Right, exactly, Yoda. Yet somehow you restored that function on your own. They also tried to withhold the diffusion missile upgrade because they didn't want you to grow too powerful, but they had already sent it and you tracked it down. Bravo, Samus. You must cancel this mission. Open a channel HQ. I won't let this happen. They are already on their way. Fools. As soon as the Federation ships land, the X will overwhelm them and absorb the knowledge and power of their occupants. The X are just waiting for the hunt to begin, and then they'll spread across the universe. Galactic civilization will end. The X hunger for form, knowledge, and power. They mimic these perfectly, but they cannot copy the soul. They're single-minded, instinctively seeking to increase in number. They're a plague, and the Federation underestimates their threat. The X must not leave here. I must destroy them all before the Federation arrives. The station has a self-destruct mechanism. I must use it to destroy the X here and on the planet. I must send them to oblivion. Them, the station, and myself if I have to. Open the hatch. I have been ordered to confine you until the ships arrive. Don't let them do this. Can't you see what will happen, Adam? Adam. Who is Adam? A friend of mine. And what would this friend advise you to do now? He would know that the only way to end this is to start the self-destruct cycle. He'd know how important it is. Did this Adam care for you? Would he sit in a safe command room and order you to die? He would understand that some must live and some must die. He knew what it meant. He made that sacrifice once. So he chose life for you, our fair warrior Samus Aran. Your Adam gave his life so that you might keep yours. For the sake of the universe. How foolish. How dare you? How could you hope to understand, machine? You know that detonating this station in high orbit would not guarantee the complete extinction of the X-parasites, even though the station would be utterly destroyed. You would only succeed in removing the one obstacle to the galaxy's ruin, yourself. You would ignore this simple fact and choose death. When Adam decided who would live, he chose incorrectly. Wow. That's harsh. If you were to alter the station's orbit, then you might be able to include the planet in the vaporization field of the self-destruct detonation. You would have to start the propulsion sequence now, before the Federation arrives. Samus, this is your last mission. Go to the operations room and adjust the station's orbit path to intercept SR-388. Wow. Then return to your ship and escape. Move quickly and stay alive. That's an order. Any objections, lady? Oh, he called me lady. He made the right choice, chat. He has learned the power of me. It made that dramatic scene silly. Well, I don't know. I mean, it would be coming in a computerized voice to begin with. If it was exactly the same way, then as, you know, as a human voice, I think it wouldn't have had quite the same effect. No, sadly, I did play Other M. Sadly. Trust me, I often wish I had forgotten it. Okay. Alright, I did that already. Alright, let's see. So... Oh, the AI never did, yeah. Exactly. Well, I mean, neither did Team Ninja. Hey-oh! The developers didn't do that either. No, I'm wrong. Hey, what's up, Dark and Wolf? Happy Halloween. Reminds me of Star Trek Original Series. What's up, Live Suing, also? I don't think I saw you when you first came in. Did I get that already? Okay, I did. Okay. Yeah, go to the operations room. I know about that. Yeah. And then I go up. There we go. Hello, Sam Haney. Yes. Haha. Nice. What? What? And hi, Mrs. Dunsel. Happy Halloween, everybody. Oh, God, the story and characterization was so bad. Yeah, I assume that there is... Oh, there we go. What the heck? No, no. Oh. There we go. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so now I go over to the save point. The one thing we didn't do, and I have to, you know, I'm going to be busy tomorrow with a bunch of work, but one thing that I do have to do is I've got to make sure that the family and I watch It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Very important to do that. it's not as easy because of stupid garbage like having it available only on the Apple server now. So that is part of the reason why it wasn't as easy to do. But having said that, whoops. That's okay. I know you're a big fan of this game, Yoda, so as long as you dial it back if and when I ask you to about something without being upset about it, which you've been fine about, then that's fine. Then I'm cool. Okay. Great. Damn it. Great. Okay, so that's that is obviously not how you do that. Was I hitting her? The sax kind of dug. Was I hitting her at all when... Okay, just to make sure I save stay close to that. Was I hitting her at all when I was doing that? Or was it just her hitting me? Yeah, but I'm saying, like, was I hitting her, though, regardless of that? Not during her screw attack. So her screw attack is more powerful than my screw attack. That is... It's like mine. But I wonder if one of the things I could do is I wonder if I could screw attack into her and then when she hits the ground, charge. Can I even do that? Oh, I can. Okay. You can't tank out the sax with screw, but I'm wondering if I can hit her, like, I wonder if I can hit her and then, wow. Yeah. see if there's a place in the room that's easier. Really? What is that? I don't know why I can't get through there. Oh boy. Problem is, she's not stunned for long enough for me to, like, really... I know I keep walking into her. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I know I am, Yoda. I promise you I'm not doing it on purpose. Trust me on that one. That was bullshit, I hit it. I'm using a D-pad. I have a really, really hard time jumping and shooting at the same time. Like, what I have to do, this is charge right here. This is jump. So I'm having to basically slide off the jump, and it's not only painful, but doesn't... So I have to then switch it over to this, since this is all I'm using. And that makes it a little easier, but it's like not... It's not optimal. Well, I'm not remapping now. Not after I played the entire game the other way. That's going to take me forever. It's also garbage that I get hit by that. Great. I thought I did, otherwise I keep, and I quote, walking into her. Didn't you tell me I was walking into her? Oh, Jesus. Okay, now what the hell? Oh, well, I found one strategy. Okay. Okay. I gotta go down to 10, I think it was. Whoops, sorry. Say that again? It's the Beam X. Am I hitting it this way with the charge beam? Oh, you have to shoot the... Okay. Wow. What the hell? Shit. Shit. Well, I mean, one thing is that I'm piling up a lot of energy by just doing the screw attack. I don't think it's damaging it, but it's... Damn it! Come out of the screw attack, you moron. I don't really appreciate these things playing hard to get in this moment, you know? God damn it. Hello, thank you. All right, I'm going to save this under 9. 9. I can't freaking believe I did that. Brilliant. How about you actually not be an idiot? All right, how's that sound? Can you come over here, please? Can you come over here, please? I'm right here. Can you come over here? Do all that freaking work, and then it's like, nope. Stop playing hard to get. Come on. I can't freaking believe this. All right, let's see. It's no friend of mine. Okay, let's go 8. Can you wait on that though, Yoda? Because I want some of the folks have not actually seen this game played by anybody, so I'd like it if we kind of not spoil it for them either. Damn it. Really wish I knew if I had hit it at all. Wait a second. Which did I save this under? I saved this under 8, right? I can't believe I didn't fire. Am I doing any damage to this at all, Yoda? Am I hitting it ever? Doing this right now? Excuse you, I didn't want to do that. Okay. God damn it. Alright, we're gonna save it under 7. Save it under 7. No. What? Did I do it? I did it? I like sat around, I'm like, yeah, exactly, yeah. Holy crap. Okay, this means that I can go in here. You won't let me go in there. Why, you son of a... Yeah, let me see it after. Let me do it actually after we're finished up here.
Propulsion sequence activated.
The classic.
Destination, planet
Always have to escape. Yeah, but I am actually interested in looking at it.
sequence activated. Destination, planet F388.
Okay. Alright, now it's the get out part, people. That boss was rough, by the way. I think I'm actually gonna, just in case, save this under one other thing. Whoops. I don't actually need that. This is not going to be active, is it? No, it's not. What a shock. Alright. Okay. Oh, crap. Well, son of a biscuit.
2 minutes to destination.
That sucks a lot. Wow, and I would have had to go all the way back there. Are you freaking joking? Wait. Oh no, okay, this is right. Wow. Okay, tell me how to how do I survive that then, Yoda? Because like,
Propulsion sequence activated.
oh wait, actually, hold on a second. I saved this under something else. I don't need to go all the way back here. I saved this under something else. Yeah, I saved it under F3. Don't touch it to death. Well, yeah, obviously. Don't walk into it, I understand. Oh, it's a scripted thing to get hit by the clock. Oh, okay. Which way am I going? This way. It's funny too because we had seen all those destroyed things earlier. Okay, let's get over there. Let's get closer before I do that. Okay. Nope, hello. Alright, I'm going to save that as 4. Okay. That's quite a reveal there. The famous, wait, I have no ship now.
To destination.
Whoa! The Battle of Sax. Oh. Okay, interesting. Let's save that under 7. Okay, that's the ship, I think. Oh, never been so glad to see you. 35 seconds, let's go. What were you waiting for?
30 seconds to impact.
And the planet is destroyed. That perfect military mind, the wisdom of Adam Malkovich, continued to serve even after death. Until today, I had no idea that the minds of leaders and scientists were frequently uploaded to computers. My incredible reunion with Adam may have saved the universe. But how will the beings of the universe view our resolve? I doubt they will understand what we did. The danger we barely averted. They will hold tribunals and investigations. They will hold us responsible. Adam understood this, and he spoke to me in my anger. Piloted by the animals you saved? Really? Do not worry. One of them will understand. One of them must. I reflected upon his words, and I see the wisdom in them. We are all bound by our experiences. They are the limits of our consciousness. But in the end, the human soul will ever reach for the truth. This is what Adam taught me. Just one detail still bothers me, how we made Other M after that. This ship can only be started manually, yet before I faced the Omega Metroid, the ship moved on its own, guided by someone's hands. Is it possible? Adam? I know, right? Lady, what's troubling you? You wonder how I started the ship? Just think about it. They lent me a hand. Oh, the animals! The animals did it! Yes, the animals. Yeah, we did it, people. We beat Metroid Fusion. Hell yeah. That was a cool game. That was really cool. Really good. And I do appreciate the assists here and there. That was a lot. That was great. That was a lot of fun. No, I know you weren't. It's term. It was just fun to see it. It was actually fun to see it. I like this game a lot. I would say that this game is probably an 8 out of 10 for me. There are annoyances about the control scheme and some aspects that I'm like, but under the circumstances, it's a really, really solid entry in the Metroid series. Yeah, I'm glad that I filled in a gap in my Metroid gaming knowledge from this thing. The relevant clip. Yeah, I will take a look at that in just a minute, Yoda. Let me finish with this. I liked it. I thought it was a fun kind of story. I thought that they made it appropriately creepy at times. That sequence at the end where the ship isn't there is pretty cool, for sure. And that's not the first time that we've had something come by and fight. It's interesting that the Sax ends up fighting for you the way that the Metroid does in Super Metroid, against, which is the big reveal against Mother Brain and all that. So really cool stuff. I like it. How did chat feel about it? Obviously, those of you who have played it, like Yoda, for example, and others, are going to have loved the game. But how'd you feel about this? Because I had a good time with it, I have to say. And after this, we will be doing our Poe readings. Fear not. This is exactly what I wanted, was to do this going into November, do the Poe readings, and then we call it a night. Give it a hard pass to play. Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, it's not easy to play, although I can see how you would build it. That thing of the sort of run, jump over, and then shoot or whatever with the... That was the hardest part, was that boss. I still think the worst boss for me was one of those security robots, I think. Up, here we go. Samus, looking dramatic. Clear time. 6:17. Your rate for collectum items is 49%. I left 50% of the items behind. Wow. See you next mission. Yeah, I hear that. Boy, it only took 6 hours and 17 minutes. Didn't feel like that. And I assume that means that I didn't finish it fast enough, or I would see, Samus in all her glory. Very cool. All right. So, yeah, go ahead and post that thing, Yoda. And very neat. I'm glad that we played that. That was good stuff. Go ahead and play that, and then we're going to do our Poe readings for this evening. So don't go anywhere, Chad. Yeah, I'll definitely check the one. Which was the one that you said to look at for right now? 1048. I'm just going to look at that clip, but then I'll look at the whole thing later. Okay, waiting. Commercial. I've watched a lot of Super Metroid speedruns, actually, but... Okay. Okay.
Owie. Really? Oh, that's right. I should actually try that.
Oh, he just stands on the edge, jumps up, and shoots down, huh? Okay.
All right, that's nice.
So that's how that works. I see. Interesting. Very cool. Fast finish scene is her in shorts and a tank top drinking milk. Great. It sounds like about right. Anyway, I really enjoyed that. That was good times. All right, folks. Well, so what that means is we are done with that. And just before we leave this little sequence behind, I do want to let everyone know that, so I play this every other month. And so this is November's, this counts for November. So I have now played this. So the next time we will return to this sequence will be January. And in January, I'm going to be starting with my next game in the Metroid series, and that is going to be Metroid Prime 1. Now, I have played and love all of the Metroid Prime games, but it's been a long time since I've played Metroid Prime 1. Very long time. The only thing that would keep me from doing it a little bit is that I think I may have to get this on the Wii U. And frankly, as you all know, the Elgato and the Wii U do not play nice with each other when it comes to capturing. It's kind of a pain and it's finicky to get it to work properly. So I'm a little... Okay, sounds good. Appreciate against the assistance, Yoda. So I'm going to be... I have to make sure and see how I feel about that, because I don't know. I really would like to be done using the Wii U now. And so I am praying, hoping against hope that Nintendo gets their act together and actually releases this on the freaking Switch. I don't understand their obsession with waiting. They're going to be releasing Metroid Prime 4 on the Switch, I hope, in some millennia. So I would really love to see them do the other series on Metroid Prime on Nintendo Switch, because it'd just be a lot easier to capture. And it would be a lot better with the control scheme. But the reality is, I don't have control over that, so we'll see. Either way, though, it'll be one of the Metroid games as we continue with that sequence. So that was good stuff. Okay, now the time has come for... Yeah, I'll bet. It was, and I played some good things on it, and I liked it. I played some Mario Maker on it. I played, obviously, Wind Waker on it. I played, there was another game I played on it. I think Link to the Past I played on it. So there's a few games I played on it, but I just don't want to have to use that control one if I possibly can. So either way, what is this? Oh my goodness. Clear time 145. Rate for collecting items is 100%. All right. That sounds about right. I think I may have mentioned that when they had a deal going with Nintendo Power way, way back in the day, that when you finished it, you were supposed to take a picture of it, like a Polaroid at the time, and then you could mail it to them. And if you did that, then you would get like some, be mentioned in Nintendo Power. And I wasn't ever mentioned there, and I didn't know why. And I was because I had sent them, like, I won Metroid, but I had not a fast clear time. So I had no idea about the whole, like, revealing that she's a woman and all that. Like, I had no idea about any of that. So it was one of those things. It was crazy. So it was there for like 2 weeks. Okay, so what we're going to be doing now, folks, is a Halloween tradition, and that is some Edgar Allan Poe. We have two things for you today. The first is going to be William Wilson, the short story by one of the great short story writers in English, and then the second one is going to be, as always, the poem The Raven. So let me pull that up here. Yeah. And let's do it up. Okay. All of these, by the way, are available at poestories.com. These are all obviously well out of copyright, so there's no problem with, reading them and looking at them and finding them because there's no one to pay in the estate and all that. Okay, so let's go with that one. Okay, so that's good. Now, need a little bit of my echo machine. Good. Test. 1, 2. Okay. And then we also need a little bit of mood music, I think. Let me pop up some of my mood music. And what better place to go than the Curse of Strahd game? Hang on, this is all loading. No, not that. No. No, it's okay, but no. Perfect. Okay. All right, chat, can you hear that okay? The lights will be down. You better believe it. Can you hear that okay, chat? Sounds good? Awesome. Okay, so... Okay. Let me turn off the lights. There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. This is, as I say, one of the great short story writers. And this is by Edgar Allan Poe, published in 1842. The story is called William Wilson. It starts with a quote. "What say of it? What say of conscience grim, that spectre in my path?" From Chamberlain's Faranida. Let me call myself, for the present, William Wilson. The fair page now lying before me need not be sullied with my real appellation. This has been already too much an object for the scorn, for the horror, for the detestation of my race. To the uttermost regions of the globe have not the indignant winds brooded its unparalleled infamy? Oh, outcast of all outcasts, most abandoned, to the earth art thou not forever dead? To its honors, to its flowers, to its golden aspirations? And a cloud, dense, dismal, and limitless, does it not hang eternally between thy hopes and heaven? I would not, if I could, here or today, embody a record of my later years of unspeakable misery and unpardonable crime. This epoch, these later years, took unto themselves a sudden elevation in turpitude, whose origin alone it is my present purpose to assign. Men usually grow base by degrees. From me, in an instant, all virtue dropped bodily as a mantle. I shrouded my nakedness in triple guilt. From comparatively trivial wickedness I passed, with the stride of a giant, into more than the enormities of an Elagabalus. What chance, what one event brought this evil thing to pass? Bear with me while I relate. Death approaches, and the shadow which foreruns him has thrown a softening influence over my spirit. I long, in passing through the dim valley, for the sympathy, I had nearly said for the pity, of my fellow men. I would fain have them believe that I had been, in some measure, the slave of circumstance beyond human control. I would wish them to seek out for me, in the details I am about to give, some little oasis of fatality and a wilderness of error. I would have them allow, what they cannot refrain from allowing, that, although temptation may have erewhile existed as great, man was never thus, at least, tempted before. Certainly, never thus fell. And it is therefore that he has never thus suffered. Have I not indeed been living in a dream? And am I not now dying a victim to the horror and the mystery of the wildest of all sublunary visions? I am the descendant of a race whose imaginative and easily excitable temperament has at times rendered them remarkable, and in my earliest infancy I gave evidence of having fully inherited the family character. As I advanced in years, it was more strongly developed, becoming, for many reasons, a cause of serious disquietude to my friends, and of positive injury to myself. I grew self-willed, addicted to the wildest caprices, and a prey to the most ungovernable passions. Weak-minded, and beset with constitutional infirmities akin to my own, my parents could do but little to check the evil propensities which distinguished me. Some feeble and ill-directed efforts resulted in complete failure on their part, and, of course, in total triumph on mine. Thenceforward my voice was a household law, and at an age when few children have abandoned their leading strings, I was left to the guidance of my own will, and became, in all but name, the master of my own actions. My earliest recollections of a school life are connected with a large, rambling, cottage-built and somewhat decayed building in a misty-looking village of England, where were a vast number of gigantic and gnarled trees, and where all the houses were excessively ancient. In truth, it was a dreamlike and spirit-soothing place, that venerable old town. At this moment, in fancy, I feel the refreshing chilliness of its deeply shadowed avenues, inhale the fragrance of its thousand shrubberies, and thrill anew with undefinable delight at the deep, hollow note of the church bell, breaking each hour with sullen and sudden roar upon the stillness of the dusky atmosphere in which the old, fretted Gothic steeple lay embedded and asleep. It gives me perhaps as much of pleasure as I can now in any manner experience to dwell upon minute recollections of the school and its concerns. Steeped in misery as I am, misery, alas, only too real, I shall be pardoned for seeking relief, however slight and temporary, in the weakness of a few rambling details. These, moreover, utterly trivial and even ridiculous in themselves, assume, to my fancy, adventitious importance as connected with a period and a locality, when and where I recognize the first ambiguous monitions of the destiny which afterwards so fully overshadowed me. Let me then remember. The house, I have said, was old, irregular, and cottage-built. The grounds were extensive, and an enormously high and solid brick wall topped with a bed of mortar and broken glass encompassed the whole. This prison-like rampart formed the limit of our domain. Beyond it we saw but thrice a week, once every Saturday afternoon when, attended by 2 ushers, we were permitted to take brief walks in a body through some of the neighboring fields, and twice during Sunday, when we were paraded in the same formal manner to the morning and evening service in the one church of the village. Of this church the principal of our school was pastor. With how deep a spirit of wonder and perplexity was I wont to regard him from our remote pew in the gallery, as with step solemn and slow he ascended the pulpit. This reverend man, with countenance so demurely benign, with robes so glossy and so clerically flowing, with wig so minutely powdered, so rigid and so vast, could this be he who of late, with sour visage and in snuffy habiliments, administered, ferule in hand, the draconian laws of the academy? Oh, gigantic paradox, too utterly monstrous for solution. At an angle of the ponderous wall frowned a more ponderous gate. It was riveted and studded with iron bolts and surmounted with jagged iron spikes. What impressions of deep awe did it inspire! It was never opened save for the 3 periodical aggressions and ingressions already mentioned. Then, in every creak of its mighty hinges we found a plenitude of mystery, a world of matter for solemn remark, or for more solemn meditation. The extensive enclosure was irregular in form, having many capacious recesses. Of these, 3 or 4 of the largest constituted the playground. It was level and covered with fine, hard gravel. I well remember it had no trees, nor benches, nor anything similar within it. Of course, it was in the rear of the house. In front lay a small parterre planted with box and other shrubs, but through this sacred division we passed only upon rare occasions indeed, such as a first advent to school or final departure thence, or perhaps when a parent or friend having called for us, we joyfully took our way home for the Christmas or midsummer holidays. But the house, how quaint an old building was this! To me, how veritably a palace of enchantment! There was really no end to its windings, to its incomprehensible subdivisions. It was impossible at any given time to say with certainty upon which of its 2 stories one happened to be. From each room to every other there were sure to be found 3 or 4 steps either in ascent or descent. Then the lateral branches were innumerable, inconceivable, and so returning in upon themselves that our most exact ideas in regard to the whole mansion were not very far different from those with which we pondered upon infinity. During the 5 years of my residence here, I was never able to ascertain with precision in what remote locality lay the little sleeping apartment assigned to myself and some 18 or 20 other scholars. The schoolroom was the largest in the house. I could not help thinking in the world. It was very long, narrow, and dismally low, with pointed Gothic windows and a ceiling of oak. In a remote and terror-inspiring angle was a square enclosure of 8 or 10 feet, comprising the sanctum, during hours, of our principal, the Reverend Dr. Bransby. It was a solid structure, with massy door, sooner than open which, in the absence of the dominie, we would all have willingly perished by the peine forte et dure. In other angles were 2 other similar boxes, far less reverenced indeed, but still greatly matters of awe. One of these was the pulpit of the classical usher, one of the English and mathematical. Interspersed about the room, crossing and recrossing in endless irregularity, were innumerable benches and desks, black, ancient, and time-worn, piled desperately with much bethumbed books, and so beseamed with initial letters, names at full length, meaningless gashes, grotesque figures, and other multiplied efforts of the knife, as to have entirely lost what little of original form might have been their portion in days long departed. A huge bucket with water stood at one extremity of the room, and a clock of stupendous dimensions at the other. Encompassed by the massy walls of this venerable academy, I passed, yet not in tedium or disgust, the years of the 3rd lustrum of my life. The teeming brain of childhood requires no external world of incident to occupy or amuse it, and the apparently dismal monotony of a school was replete with more intense excitement than my riper youth has derived from luxury, or my full manhood from crime. Yet I must believe that my first mental development had in it much of the uncommon, even much of the outré. Upon mankind at large, the events of very early existence rarely leave in mature age any definite impression. All is gray shadow, a weak and irregular remembrance, an indistinct regathering of feeble pleasures and phantasmagoric pains. With me, this is not so. In childhood, I must have felt with the energy of a man what I now find stamped upon memory in lines as vivid, as deep, and as durable as the exergues of the Carthaginian medals. Yet in the fact of the world's view, how little was there to remember? The morning's awakening, the nightly summons to bed, the connings, the recitations, the periodical half-holidays and perambulations, the playground with its broils, its pastimes, its intrigues. These, by a mental sorcery long forgotten, were made to involve a wilderness of sensation, a world of rich incident, a universe of varied emotion, of excitement the most passionate and spirit-stirring. Oh, le bon temps que ce siècle de fer! In truth, the ardency, the enthusiasm, and the imperiousness of my disposition soon rendered me a marked character among my schoolmates, and by slow but natural gradations gave me an ascendancy over all not greatly older than myself, over all with one single exception. This exception was found in the person of a scholar who, although no relation, bore the same Christian and surname as myself, a circumstance in fact little remarkable, for notwithstanding a noble descent, mine was one of those everyday appellations which seem, by prescriptive right, to have been, time out of mind, the common property of the mob. In this narrative I have therefore designated myself as William Wilson, a fictitious title not very dissimilar to the real. My namesake alone, of those who in school phraseology constituted our set, presumed to compete with me in the studies of the class, in the sports and broils of the playground, to refuse implicit belief in my assertions and submission to my will, indeed to interfere with my arbitrary dictation in any respect whatsoever. If there is on earth a supreme and unqualified despotism, it is the despotism of a master mind in boyhood over the less energetic spirits of its companions. Wilson's rebellion was to me a source of the greatest embarrassment. The more so as, in spite of the bravado with which in public I made a point of treating him and his pretensions, I secretly felt that I feared him, and could not help thinking the equality which he maintained so easily with myself a proof of his true superiority, since not to be overcome cost me a perpetual struggle. Yet this superiority, even this equality, was in truth acknowledged by no one but myself. Our associates, by some unaccountable blindness, seemed not even to suspect it. Indeed, his competition, his resistance, and especially his impertinent and dogged interference with my purposes were not more pointed than private. He appeared to be destitute alike of the ambition which urged, and of the passionate energy of mind which enabled me to excel. In his rivalry he might have been supposed actuated solely by a whimsical desire to thwart, astonish, or mortify myself, although there were times when I could not help observing, with a feeling made up of wonder, abasement, and pique, that he mingled with his injuries, his insults, or his contradictions, a certain most inappropriate and assuredly most unwelcome affectionateness of manner. I could only conceive this singular behavior to arise from a consummate self-conceit, assuming the vulgar airs of patronage and protection. Perhaps it was this latter trait in Wilson's conduct, conjoined with our identity of name, and the mere accident of our having entered the school upon the same day, which set afloat the notion that we were brothers among the senior classes in the academy. These do not usually inquire with much strictness into the affairs of their juniors. I have before said, or should have said, that Wilson was not, in the most remote degree, connected with my family. But assuredly, if we had been brothers, we must have been twins, for after leaving Dr. Bransby's, I casually learned that my namesake was born on the 19th of January, 1811, a somewhat remarkable coincidence, for the day is precisely that of my own nativity. It may seem strange that in spite of the continual anxiety occasioned me by the rivalry of Wilson, and his intolerable spirit of contradiction, I could not bring myself to hate him altogether. We had, to be sure, nearly every day a quarrel, in which, yielding me publicly the palm of victory, he in some manner contrived to make me feel that it was he who had deserved it. Yet a sense of pride upon my part, and a veritable dignity upon his own, kept us always upon what are called speaking terms, while there were many points of strong congeniality in our tempers, operating to awake me in sentiment which our position alone, perhaps, prevented from ripening into friendship. It is difficult, indeed, to define or even to describe my real feelings towards him. They formed a heterogeneous mixture, some petulant animosity which was not yet hatred, some esteem, more respect, much fear, with a world of uneasy curiosity. It will scarcely be necessary to say, in addition, that Wilson and myself were the most inseparable of companions. It was, no doubt, the anomalous state of affairs existing between us which turned all my attacks upon him, and they were many, either open or covert, into the channel of banter or practical joke, giving pain while assuming the aspect of mere fun, rather than into that of a more serious and determined hostility. But my endeavors on this head were by no means uniformly successful, even when my plans were the most wittily concocted. For my namesake had much about him in character of that unassuming and quiet austerity which, while enjoying the poignancy of its own jokes, has no heel of Achilles in itself, and absolutely refuses to be laughed at. I could find, indeed, but one vulnerable point, and that, lying in a personal peculiarity arising perhaps from constitutional disease, would have been spared by any antagonist less at his wit's end than myself. My rival had a weakness in the phoceal or guttural organs, which precluded him from raising his voice at any time above a very low whisper. Of this defect I did not fail to take what poor advantage lay in my power. Wilson's retaliations in kind were many, and there was one form of his practical wit that disturbed me beyond measure. How his sagacity first discovered at all that so petty a thing would vex me is a question I never could solve, but having discovered, he habitually practiced the annoyance. I had always felt aversion to my uncourtly patronymic, and its very common, if not plebeian, praenomenon. The words were venom in my ears. And when, upon the day of my arrival, a second William Wilson came also to the academy, I felt angry with him for bearing the name, and doubly disgusted with the name because a stranger bore it, who would be the cause of its twofold repetition, who would be constantly in my presence, and whose concerns, in the ordinary routine of the school business, must, inevitably, on account of the detestable coincidence, be often confounded with my own. The feeling of vexation thus engendered grew stronger with every circumstance tending to show resemblance, moral or physical, between my rival and myself. I had not then discovered the remarkable fact that we were of the same age, but I saw that we were of the same height, and I perceived that we were not altogether unlike in general contour of person and outline of feature. I was galled, too, by the rumor touching a relationship which had grown current in the upper forms. In a word, nothing could more seriously disturb me, although I scrupulously concealed such disturbance, than any allusion to a similarity of mind, person, or condition existing between us. But in truth, I had no reason to believe that, with the exception of the matter of relationship, and in the case of Wilson himself, this similarity had ever been made a subject of comment, or even observed at all by our schoolfellows. That he observed it in all its bearings, and as fixedly as I, was apparent. But that he could discover in such circumstances so fruitful a field of annoyance for myself can only be attributed, as I said before, to his more than ordinary penetration. His cue, which was to perfect an imitation of myself, lay both in words and in actions, and most admirably did he play his part. My dress it was an easy matter to copy. My gait and general manner were, without difficulty, appropriated. In spite of his constitutional defect, even my voice did not escape him. My louder tones were, of course, unattempted, but then the key, it was identical. And his singular whisper, it grew the very echo of my own. How greatly this most exquisite portraiture harassed me, for it could not justly be termed a caricature, I will not now venture to describe. I had but one consolation, in the fact that the imitation, apparently, was noticed by myself alone, and that I had to endure only the knowing and strangely sarcastic smiles of my namesake himself. Satisfied with having produced in my bosom the intended effect, he seemed to chuckle in secret over the sting he had inflicted, and was characteristically disregardful of the public applause which the success of his witty endeavors might have so easily elicited. That the school, indeed, did not feel his design, perceive its accomplishment, and participate in his sneer was for many months a riddle I could not resolve. Perhaps the gradation of his copy rendered it not so readily perceptible. Or, more possibly, I owed my security to the masterly air of the copyist, who, disdaining the letter, which in a painting is all the obtuse can see, gave but the full spirit of his original for my individual contemplation and chagrin. I have already more than once spoken of the disgusting air of patronage which he assumed towards me, and of his frequent officious interference with my will. This interference often took the ungracious character of advice not openly given, but hinted or insinuated. I received it with a repugnance which gained strength as I grew in years. Yet at this distant day, let me do him the simple justice to acknowledge that I can recall no occasion when the suggestions of my rival were on the side of those errors or follies so usual to his immature age and seeming inexperience, that his moral sense, at least, if not his general talents and worldly wisdom, was far keener than my own, and that I might today have been a better, and thus a happier man, had I less frequently rejected the counsels embodied in those meaning whispers which I then but too cordially hated and too bitterly despised. As it was, I at length grew restive in the extreme under his distasteful supervision, and daily resented more and more openly what I considered his arrogance. I have said that in the first years of our connection as schoolmates, my feelings in regard to him might have been easily ripened into friendship. But in the latter months of my residence at the academy, although the intrusion of his ordinary manner had, beyond doubt, in some measure abated my sentiments in nearly similar proportion, partook very much of positive hatred. Upon one occasion he saw this, I think, and afterwards avoided, or made a show of avoiding me. It was about the same period, if I remember aright, that in an altercation of violence with him, in which he was more than usually thrown off his guard, and spoke and acted with an openness of demeanor rather foreign to his nature, I discovered, or fancied I discovered, in his accent, his air, and general appearance, a something which first startled and then deeply interested me by bringing to mind dim visions of my earliest infancy. Wild, confused, and thronging memories of a time when memory herself was yet unborn. I cannot better describe the sensation which oppressed me than by saying I could with difficulty shake off the belief that myself and the being who stood before me had been acquainted at some epoch very long ago, some point of the past even infinitely remote. The delusion, however, faded rapidly as it came, and I mention it all but to define the day of the last conversation I there held with my singular namesake. The huge old house with its countless subdivisions had several enormously large chambers communicating with each other, where slept the greater number of the students. There were, however, as must necessarily happen in a building so awkwardly planned, many little nooks or recesses, the odds and ends of the structure, and these the economic ingenuity of Dr. Bransby had also fitted up as dormitories, although, being the merest closets, they were capable of accommodating only a single individual. One of these small apartments was occupied by Wilson. It was upon a gloomy and tempestuous night of an early autumn, about the close of my 5th year at the school, and immediately after the altercation just mentioned, that finding everyone wrapped in sleep, I arose from bed, and lamp in hand stole through a wilderness of narrow passages from my own bedroom to that of my rival. I had been long plotting one of those ill-natured pieces of practical wit at his expense, in which I had hitherto been so uniformly unsuccessful. It was my intention now to put my scheme in operation, and I resolved to make him feel the whole extent of the malice with which I was imbued. Having reached his closet, I noiselessly entered, leaving the lamp with a shade over it on the outside. I advanced a step, and listened to the sound of his tranquil breathing. Assured of his being asleep, I returned, took the light, and with it again approached the bed. Close curtains were around it, which, in the prosecution of my plan, I slowly and quietly withdrew, when the bright rays fell vividly upon the sleeper, and my eyes at the same moment upon his countenance. I looked, and a numbness, an iciness of feeling instantly pervaded my frame. My breast heaved, my knees tottered, my whole spirit became possessed with an objectless yet intolerable horror. Gasping for breath, I lowered the lamp in still nearer proximity to the face. Were these the lineaments of William Wilson? I saw indeed that they were his, but I shook as with a fit of the ague, and fancying they were not. What was there about them to confound me in this manner? I gazed, while my brain reeled with a multitude of incoherent thoughts. Not thus he appeared, assuredly not thus, in the vivacity of his waking hours. The same name, the same contour of person, the same day of arrival at the academy, and then his dogged and meaningless imitation of my gait, my voice, my habits, and my manner. Was it in truth within the bounds of human possibility that what I now saw was the result of the habitual practice of this sarcastic imitation? Awe-stricken and with a creeping shudder, I extinguished the lamp, passed silently from the chamber, and left at once the halls of that old academy, never to enter them again. After a lapse of some months spent at home in mere idleness, I found myself a student at Eton. The brief interval had been sufficient to enfeeble my remembrance of the events at Dr. Bransby's, or at least to effect a material change in the nature of the feelings with which I remembered them. The truth, the tragedy of the drama was no more. I could now find room to doubt the existence of my senses, and seldom called up the subject at all, but with wonder at the extent of human credulity, and a smile at the vivid force of the imagination which I hereditarily possessed. Neither was this species of skepticism likely to be diminished by the character of the life I led at Eton. The vortex of thoughtless folly into which I there so immediately and so recklessly plunged washed away all but the froth of my past hours, engulfed at once every solid or serious impression, and left to memory only the veriest levities of a former existence. I do not wish, however, to trace the course of my miserable profligacy here. a profligacy which set at defiance the laws while it eluded the vigilance of the institution. 3 years of folly, passed without profit, had but given me rooted habits of vice, and added in a somewhat unusual degree to my bodily stature, when, after a week of soulless dissipation, I invited a small party of the most dissolute students to a secret carousel in my chambers. We met at a late hour of the night, for our debaucheries were to be faithfully protracted until morning. The wine flowed freely, and there were not wanting other, and perhaps more dangerous seductions, so that the grey dawn had already faintly appeared in the east while our delirious extravagance was at its height. Madly flushed with cards and intoxication, I was in the act of insisting upon a toast of more than wonted profanity, when my attention was suddenly diverted by the violent, although partial unclosing of the door of the apartment, and by the eager voice from without of a servant. He said that some person, apparently in great haste, demanded to speak with me in the hall. Wildly excited with the potent vin de baraque, the unexpected interruption rather delighted than surprised me. I staggered forward at once, and a few steps brought me to the vestibule of the building. In this low and small room there hung no lamp, and now no light at all was admitted, save that of the exceedingly feeble dawn which made its way through a semicircular window. As I put my foot over the threshold, I became aware of the figure of a youth about my own height, and, what then peculiarly struck my mad fancy, habited in a white casimere morning frock, cut in the novel fashion of the one I myself wore at the moment. This the faint light enabled me to perceive, but the features of his face I could not distinguish. Immediately upon my entering, he strode hurriedly up to me, and seizing me by the arm with a gesture of petulant impatience, whispered the words, "William Wilson," in my ear. I grew perfectly sober in an instant. There was that in the manner of the stranger, and in the tremulous shake of his uplifted finger, as he held it between my eyes in the light, which filled me with unqualified amazement. But it was not this which had so violently moved me. It was the pregnancy of solid admonition in the singular, low, hissing utterance, and above all it was the character, the tone, the key of these few, simple and familiar yet whispered syllables, which came with 1,000 thronging memories of bygone days, and struck upon my soul with the shock of a galvanic battery. Ere I could recover the use of my senses, he was gone. Although this event failed not of a vivid effect upon my disordered imagination, yet it was evanescent as vivid. For some weeks indeed I busied myself in earnest inquiry, or was wrapped in a cloud of morbid speculation. I did not pretend to disguise from my perception the identity of the singular individual who thus perseveringly interfered with my affairs and harassed me with his insinuated counsel. But who and what was this Wilson, and whence came he, and what were his purposes? Upon neither of these points could I be satisfied, merely ascertaining in regard to him that a sudden accident in his family had caused his removal from Dr. Bransby's academy on the afternoon of the day in which I myself had eloped. But in a brief period I ceased to think upon the subject, my attention being all absorbed in a contemplated departure for Oxford. Thither I soon went, the uncalculating vanity of my parents furnishing me with an outlet, an annual establishment, which would enable me to indulge at will in the luxury already so dear to my heart, to vie in profuseness of expenditure with the haughtiest heirs of the wealthiest earldoms in Great Britain. Excited by such appliances to vice, my constitutional temperament broke forth with redoubled armor, and I supered even the common restraints of decency in the mad infatuation of my revels. But it were absurd to pause in the detail of my extravagance. Let it suffice that among spendthrifts I out-Heroded Herod, and that, giving name to a multitude of novel follies, I added no brief appendix to the long catalogue of vices than usual in the most dissolute university of Europe. It could hardly be credited, however, that I had, even here, so utterly fallen from the gentlemanly estate as to seek acquaintance with the vilest arts of the gambler by profession, and having become an adept in his despicable science, to practice it habitually as a means of increasing my already enormous income at the expense of the weak-minded among my fellow collegians. Such, nevertheless, was the fact, and the very enormity of this office against all manly and honorable sentiment proved, beyond doubt, the main, if not the sole reason of the impunity with which it was committed. Who, indeed, among my most abandoned associates, would not rather have disputed the clearest evidence of his senses than have suspected of such courses the gay, the frank, the generous William Wilson, the noblest and most liberal commoner at Oxford, him whose follies, said his parasites, were but the follies of youth and unbridled fancy, whose errors but inimitable whim, whose darkest vice but a careless and dashing extravagance. I had been now 2 years successfully busied in this way when there came to the university a young Parvou nobleman, Glendinning, rich, said report, as Herodes Atticus. His riches, too, as equally acquired. I soon found him of weak intellect, and of course marked him as a fitting subject for my skill. I frequently engaged him as play, and contrived, with the gambler's usual art, to let him win considerable sums, the more effectively to entangle him in my snares. At length, my schemes being ripe, I met him with the full intention that this meeting should be final and decisive at the chambers of a fellow commoner, Mr. Preston, equally intimate with both, but who, to Dr. Hem. To give to this a better coloring, I had contrived to have assembled a party of some 8 or 10, and was solicitously careful that the introduction of cards should appear accidental, and originate in the proposal of my contemplated dupe himself. To be brief upon a vile topic, none of the low finesse was omitted, so customary upon similar occasions that it is a just matter for wonder how any are still found so besotted as to fall its victim. We had protracted our sitting far into the night, and I had at last effected the maneuver of getting Glendinning as my sole antagonist. The game, too, was my favorite écarté. The rest of the company, interested in the extent of our play, had abandoned their own cards, and were standing around us as spectators. The parvenu, who had been induced by my artifices in the early part of the evening to drink deeply, now shuffled, dealt, or played with a wild nervousness of manner for which his intoxication, I thought, might partially but could not altogether account. In a very short period he had become my debtor to a large amount, when, having taken a long draught of port, he did precisely what I had been coolly anticipating. He proposed to double our already extravagant stakes. With a well-feigned show of reluctance, and not until after my repeated refusal had seduced him into some angry words which gave a color of pique to my compliance, did I finally comply. The result, of course, did but prove how entirely the prey was in my toils. In less than a single hour he had quadrupled his debt. For some time his countenance had been losing the florid tinge lent it by the wine, but now, to my astonishment, I perceived that it had grown to a pallor truly fearful. I say, to my astonishment. Glendinning had been represented to my eager inquiries as immeasurably wealthy, and the sums which he had as yet lost, although in themselves vast, could not, I suppose, very seriously annoy, much less so violently affect him. That he was overcome by the wine just swallowed was the idea which most readily presented itself, and rather with a view to the preservation of my own character in the eyes of my associates than from any less interested motive, I was about to insist peremptorily upon a discontinuance of the play, when some expressions at my elbow from among the company, and an ejaculation evincing utter despair on the part of Glendinning, gave me to understand that I had effected his total ruin under circumstances which, rendering him an object for the pity of all, should have protected him from the ill offices even of a fiend. What now might have been my conduct, it is difficult to say. The pitiable condition of my dupe had thrown an air of embarrassed gloom over all, and for some moments a profound and unbroken silence was maintained, during which I could not help feeling my cheeks tingle with the many burning glances of scorn or reproach cast upon me by the less abandoned of the party. I will even own that an intolerable weight of anxiety was for a brief instant lifted from my bosom by the sudden and extraordinary interruption which ensued. The wide, heavy folding doors of the apartment were all at once thrown open to their full extent, with a vigorous and rushing impetuosity that extinguished, as if by magic, every candle in the room. Their light, in dying, enabled us just to perceive that a stranger had entered, of about my own height, and closely muffled in a cloak. The darkness, however, was now total, and we could only feel that he was standing in our midst. Before any one of us could recover from the extreme astonishment into which this rudeness had thrown all, we heard the voice of the intruder. "Gentlemen," he said, in a low, distinct, and never-to-be-forgotten whisper which thrilled to the very marrow of my bones. "Gentlemen, I make no apology for this behavior, because in thus behaving I am but fulfilling a duty. You are, beyond doubt, uninformed of the true character of the person who has tonight won at écarté a large sum of money from Lord Glendinning. I will therefore put you upon an expeditious and decisive plan of obtaining this very necessary information. Please to examine at your leisure the inner linings of the cuff of his left sleeve and the several little packages which may be found in the somewhat capacious pockets of his embroidered morning wrapper. While he spoke, so profound was the stillness that one might have heard a pin drop upon the floor. In ceasing, he at once departed, and as abruptly as he had entered. Shall I describe my sensations? Must I say that I felt all the horrors of the damned? Most assuredly I had little time given for reflection. Many hands roughly seized me upon the spot, and lights were immediately reprocured. A search ensued. In the lining of my sleeve were found all of the court cases essential in écarté, and in the pockets of my wrapper a number of packs, facsimiles of those used at our sittings, with the single exception that mine were of the species called, technically, arrondes, the honors being slightly convex at the ends, the lower cards slightly convex at the sides. In this disposition, the dupe who cuts, as customary at the breadth of the pack, will inevitably find that he cuts his antagonist in honor, while the gambler, cutting at the length, will, as certainly, cut nothing for his victim which may count in the records of the game. Any outrageous burst of indignation upon this shameful discovery would have affected me less than the silent contempt or the sarcastic composure with which it was received. "Mr. Wilson," said our host, stooping to remove from beneath his feet an exceedingly luxurious cloak of rare furs. "Mr. Wilson, this is your property." The weather was cold, and upon quitting my own room I had thrown a cloak over my dressing wrapper, putting it off upon reaching the scene of play. "I believe it is supererogatory to seek here," eyeing the folds of the garment with a bitter smile, "for any farther evidence of your skill. Indeed, we have had enough. You will see the necessity, I hope, of quitting Oxford, at all events of quitting, instantly, my chambers." Abased, humbled to the dust as I then was, it is probable that I should have resented this galling language by immediate personal violence, had not my whole attention been at the moment arrested by a fact of the most startling character. The cloak which I had worn was of a rare description of fur. How rare, how extravagantly costly, I shall not venture to say. Its fashion, too, was of my own fantastic invention, for I was fastidious to a degree of absurd coxcombry in matters of this frivolous nature. When, therefore, Mr. Preston reached me that which he had picked up upon the floor, and near the folding doors of the apartment, it was with an astonishment nearly bordering upon terror that I perceived my own already hanging on my arm, where I had no doubt unwittingly placed it, and that the one presented me was but its exact counterpart in every particular. The singular being who had so disastrously exposed me had been muffled, I remembered, in a cloak, and none had been worn at all by any of the members of our party, with the exception of myself. Retaining some presence of mind, I took the one offered me by Preston, placed it unnoticed over my own, left the apartment with a resolute scowl of defiance, and next morning, ere dawn of day, commenced a hurried journey from Oxford to the Continent, in a perfect agony of horror and of shame. I fled in vain. My evil destiny pursued me as if in exultation, and proved, indeed, that the exercise of its mysterious dominion had as yet only begun. Scarcely had I set foot in Paris ere I had fresh evidence of the detestable interest taken by this Wilson in my concerns. Years flew while I experienced no relief. Villain! At Rome, with how untimely yet with how spectral an officiousness stepped he in between me and my ambition. At Vienna, too, at Berlin, and at Moscow, where in truth had I not bitter cause to curse him within my heart. From his inscrutable tyranny did I at length flee, panic-stricken as from a pestilence, and to the very ends of the earth I fled in vain. And again, in secret communion with my own spirit, would I demand the questions, who is he? Whence came he, and what are his objects? But no answer was there found. And now I scrutinized with a minute scrutiny the forms and the methods and the leading traits of his impertinent supervision. But even here there was very little upon which to base a conjecture. It was noticeable, indeed, that in no one of the multiplied instances in which he had of late crossed my path had he so crossed except to frustrate those schemes, or to disturb those actions which, fully carried out, might have resulted in bitter mischief. Poor justification this, in truth, for an authority so imperiously assumed. Poor indemnity for natural rights of self-agency so pertinaciously, so insultingly denied. I had also been forced to notice that my tormentor, for a very long period of time, while scrupulously and with miraculous dexterity maintaining his whim of an identity of apparel with myself, had so contrived it in the execution of his varied interference with my will that I saw not, at any moment, the features of his face. Be Wilson what he might, this at least was but the veriest of affectation, or of folly. Could he for an instant have supposed that, in my admonisher at Eton, and the destroyer of my honor at Oxford, in him who thwarted my ambition at Rome, my revenge in Paris, my passionate love at Naples, or what he falsely termed my avarice in Egypt, that in this, my arch-enemy and evil genius, I could fail to recognize the William Wilson of my schoolboy days, the namesake, the companion, the rival, the hated and dreadful rival at Dr. Bransby's? Impossible. But let me hasten to the last eventful scene of the drama. Thus far I had succumbed to this imperious domination. The sentiments of deep awe with which I habitually regarded the elevated character, the majestic wisdom, the apparent omnipresence and omnipotence of Wilson, added to a feeling of even terror, with which certain other traits in his nature and assumptions inspired me, had operated hitherto to impress me with an idea of my own utter helplessness, and to suggest an implicit, although bitterly reluctant submission to his will. But of late days I had given myself up entirely to wine, and its maddening influence upon my hereditary temper rendered me more and more impatient of control. I began to murmur, to hesitate, to resist. And was it only fancy which induced me to believe that with the increase of my own firmness, that of my tormentor underwent a proportional diminution? Be that as it may, I now began to feel the inspiration of a burning hope, and at length nurtured in my secret thoughts a stern and desperate resolution that I would submit no longer to be enslaved. It was at Rome, during the Carnival of 18, that I attended a masquerade in the palazzo of the Neapolitan Duke de Broglio. I had indulged more freely than usual in the excesses of the wine table, and now the suffocating atmosphere of the crowded rooms irritated me beyond endurance. The difficulty, too, of forcing my way through the mazes of the company contributed not a little to the ruffling of my temper, for I was anxiously seeking, let me not say with what unworthy motive, the young, the gay, the beautiful wife of the aged and doting de Broglio. With a too unscrupulous confidence, she had previously communicated to me the secret of the costume in which she would be habited, and now, having caught a glimpse of her person, I was hurrying to make my way into her presence. At this moment I felt a light hand placed upon my shoulder, and that ever-remembered low, damnable whisper within my ear. In a perfect whirlwind of warmth, I turned at once upon him who had thus interrupted me, and seized him violently by the collar. He was attired as I had expected like myself, wearing a large Spanish cloak and a mask of black silk which entirely covered his features. "Scoundrel," I said in a voice husky with rage, with envy, while every syllable I uttered seemed as new fuel to my fury. "Scoundrel! Impostor! Accursed villain! You shall not dog me unto death. Follow me, or I stab you where you stand." And I broke my way from the room into a small antechamber adjoining, dragging him unresistingly with me as I went. Upon entering, I thrust him furiously from me. He staggered against the wall while I closed the door with an oath and commanded him to draw. He hesitated but for an instant, then with a slight sigh drew in silence and put himself upon his defense. The contest was brief indeed. I was frantic with every species of wild excitement, and felt within my single arm the energy and the power of a multitude. In a few seconds I forced him by sheer strength against the wainscoting, and thus, getting him at mercy, plunged my sword with brute ferocity repeatedly through and through his bosom. At this instant some person tried the latch of the door. I hastened to prevent an intrusion, and then immediately returned to my dying antagonist. But what human language can adequately portray that astonishment, that horror which possessed me at the spectacle then presented to view? The brief moment in which I averted my eyes had been sufficient to produce, apparently, a material change in the arrangements at the upper or farther end of the room. A large mirror, so at first it appeared to me in my confusion, now stood where none had been perceptible before, and as I stepped up to it in extremity of terror, mine own image, but with features all pale and dabbled in blood, advanced with a feeble and tottering gait to meet me. Thus it appeared, I say, but was not. It was my antagonist. It was Wilson, who then stood before me in the agonies of his dissolution. Not thread in all the raiment, not a line in all the marked and singular lineaments of that face which was not, even identically, mine own. His mask and cloak lay where he had thrown them upon the floor. It was Wilson, but he spoke no longer in a whisper, and I could have fancied that I myself was speaking, while he said, "You have conquered, and I yield. Yet henceforward art thou also dead, dead to the world and its hopes. In me didst thou exist, and in my death see by this image, which is thine own, how utterly thou hast murdered thyself." The end. I've said before that Poe is a hell of a writer, and nobody does pacing, in my opinion, better than Poe does. It's a great story. There's so much psychologically going on there, and the fact that he is carefully, sort of subtly, carefully planning on it and arranging it and organizing it is wild. Like, it's really wild. So I hope you enjoyed that. That is William Wilson, 1842. Okay, last thing for tonight, as always, is, of course, The Raven. A famous poem from which the Baltimore Ravens of football fame get their name, and were it not for the fact that I was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, I probably would have to be a Ravens fan because named after the Raven, but I'm a Steelers fan, so the hell with that. Thank you, Trish. So here we go. I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. I have to check out your podcast on that, Trish, because I'm interested to hear what you think about it. So, fighting one's own self. Isn't it great? Live suing. Oh, man. Okay, here we go, chat. If you haven't heard it before, actually, I'm curious. Is there anyone in chat who has never read or heard the poem The Raven before? Anyone in chat who's never heard it or read it yourself? By chance. Anybody? Okay. So people have heard this. All right. Well, it's so good. It's worth reading and hearing again. So with a happy Halloween wish, The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe, published 1845. Oh, good, live suing. You're in for a treat. Dragon Spear. Once, upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this, and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here for evermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping, tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you." Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched above a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I'd said, art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, Nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, Doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, Oh, quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter set, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign in parting, bird or fiend? I shrieked upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul has spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Happy Halloween. I'm glad that you've always been a part of it, Dark and Wolf, or at least as long as I've been doing it. Happy Halloween, everybody. That's awesome, Arun. No, I really, that poem is really powerful, and I think it's great at this time, and it's spooky from the master of spooky and horror. No one has ever done it better than Edgar Allan Poe. It's just the master. There are others who are great, but he is the king of that stuff. So everybody, with another Halloween come and gone, and man, this is the one, as I think Rising Tide said earlier, a Halloween which lasted all 2020. With that, it is time for us to bid farewell to this Halloween and hope for a much better one in 2021. And so that's going to do it for me. I have got work to do tomorrow, so I will probably not be with you tomorrow. I believe Monday, there is a chance that we're going to have Sod returning with a Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil, but he is not sure because he may have a thing that he's got to get done, which means he might not be able to do this Monday, in which case I would be back then on Tuesday, probably Tuesday, starting with either myself playing some Final Fantasy VII Remake, or with Terry Toons doing our gamebook illustration stream of the month of the Ninja Gamebook Assassin, which is going to be really cool. So we're going to be doing that Tuesday, and then I'm going to be over on GOG at 4 p.m. on Tuesday with my stream of Pen and Pixels and with Vaporum Lockdown. After that, I'm going to be watching Election Returns, and I hope all of you are as well, or at least are going to be keeping up on it. And Wednesday, which is supposed to be Community D&D, will either be a really celebratory show or a let's escape and forget the horror of what just happened. I'm really hoping that it's going to be based on that, so we will see. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens, but I have hope and faith and optimism, actually. I am heartened by what I've seen, and I have no doubt that we will get there together. but it's all up to all of us. And so I'm going to say this again, and then I won't have to repeat myself at the end, that if you haven't done so, please make sure you are registered to vote. If you have any early voting time left, do it. Don't mail in ballots now. There is no way we can be sure they're going to be counted under the current circumstances. Bring your ballot to a drop-in box. Bring it and drop it off to an election officials directly if you possibly can. If you can track the ballot, do that. Or, as I say, if you can't do any of that, make sure you vote on election day. We need you. We need everybody here. So with any luck and with all hope, we're going to be put back on the path to sanity. It's only the beginning, but it's a path to sanity. And so I'm very much looking forward to the way that's going to break down. Then Thursday, Friday, and after that point, the only thing I know for sure is that Saturday the 7th is going to be the final conclusion, this time for real, of Curse of Strahd with Infinity and Beyond. Definitely, based upon where they are in the adventure, I can say that for sure. So definitely that'll be happening on Saturday the 7th. But otherwise, the rest of the month is as yet unscheduled because it's not even the end of October. It just turned over into October now. And by the way, we have, if you're in the States, just fallen back an hour. So it's actually only 1 a.m. It's not even that bad. I know, me too, live, but have faith. Have faith and know that there is a strain of goodness that is there above all other things that I think is going to come through here. I think that the people have been awoken, and knock on wood, and now it is up to us to continue the fight. Remember, evil only wins when good seeds the field. And if good does not seed the field and is ever vigilant, then evil will eventually be defeated in that way. It is the price of what we are, but it is a truth. Good wins so long as it does not seed the field to evil. So hang in there. There is a light. Yes, the train is coming. Very funny, USS Norway. Thank you all so much for being here for the conclusion of Metroid Fusion, which was awesome, and for the readings of Edgar Allan Poe. And in fact, I better update my game list. And let's see, playlist on YouTube for Metroid Fusion, upload videos. All right, cool. I wanted to make sure that I did that so that I don't forget. Yeah, good is dumb, but will eventually win. Yeah, that probably is fairly true, Dragon. Okay, so I want to thank everyone for being here, and I want to remind you about ways to support me here on the channel. If you've already done so, thank you, but if you haven't, please consider following the channel. Please check out the YouTube for past broadcasts of the stream. That's !arvtube. Discord is !arvcord. Twitter is !arvtweets. Website for all of this is Arvin Eleron, www.arvineleron.com. On the financial side, !arvtreon is right there. That's the Patreon. You can get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel. We are up to 22 patrons, $2.39 per month, and it really does make a difference if you're able to support the channel that way, because I get money that way that allows me to put it back into the channel, buy games, purchase overlays, do commissions of music and the like, and also allows me to also support my writing, and that's something which is part of this too. So that's something else which can happen. So any support you can give in that regard is much appreciated. Plus, you can get a copy of one of my band's albums. You can get a professional writing critique. You can get a epic character background written about you. You can get an epic poem like the one I just read written for you. You can even get I think I said critique of your writing. And as the number moves up, the channel moves higher to another talisman tournament, to another Arvanaut Idol writing contest, and so on. So all of that happens if you're able to support the Patreon. So please consider doing so. And also please consider supporting me as well by subbing to the channel. And that is, of course, that button right in the video window. You get those awesome custom sub badges and emotes, and also you can use those across the Twitters and the Twitches. Plus, just like the Patreon, you get inspirations to help the players as well, and they may need them, especially in the fight against Strahd, for example. So all of that kind of support would be helpful. An epic epic poem and epic character background. So that's how we work that out. Anyway, so yes, so please consider subbing as well, and or Patreon for that too. Finally, on the publishing side of things, Icarus for details about my Icarus graphic novel. Now only 9 days away. It is releasing officially on November 10th from Athos Arts. Very excited about that. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Available right now on Drive-Thru RPG in digital form, where it is a silver seller, but soon coming in print as well. They are are already being printed as we speak and then are being sent here. So I'm very glad about that because, boy, can I not wait to hold the print version of it. It's going to be very exciting. So I'm excited about that. So there's that. And of course, last but certainly not least, exclamation point Grayshade KS, one of the biggest projects I've ever been involved in. That is releasing February 2nd, 2021 is the Kickstarter for that. More details of that to come once we get past the Sound Clash fundraiser, which is happening November 22nd of this month. Once we get past that, then I'm definitely going to be talking that up. Incidentally, don't forget, we've got the Sound Clash Clampdown. Of course, we have Thanksgiving. And then in December, we have a couple of big traditions in the channel. One of them is the family stream with the Arvanauts, with the Arv family. So Mrs. Arv, Little Arv, and Mini Arv will all be playing a game together as we always do on that day. Also, a big tradition with the Arvanaut family is that, and then also a big tradition is I always announce my games of the year that I played for the first time in 2020, and that actually came out for the first time in 2020. That's usually two separate lists, and I'm going to be talking about that at the end of the year, towards the very end of December. And one of my favorite traditions of the channel of all time, probably even better than this, is the Arvanauts with a Christmas Carol. My favorite short story, I think the best short story ever written, possibly by Charles Dickens. And this is a chance for you to hear the amazing Our vocalists of Little Red Dot, of Russ Guberman, of GC Darkside Rob, and of Zach Clay reciting for you A Christmas Carol. I love it. It's my favorite thing every year, and I can't wait for it. It's going to be awesome. That's coming in December too. So something to mark your calendars for. November, we got Thanksgiving, we got the Sound Clash Clampdown. December, we've got the Icarus release. December, I just talked about the stuff in the channel. And then we have the new year, of course. January should be fun and relaxing, especially because I'm on sabbatical. So I finally get to get give myself a bit of a break before I launch back into the research that is part of this. But I'm on sabbatical, and then in February 2nd, as I say, the release of Grayshade Kickstarter, and that's going to be a big deal. So I'm super excited for that. And you all know the drill. Lots of tabletop and all that stuff coming also. Otherwise, I think that's and the last two things, very important. Exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, extremely important because it does, as you all know, and it's important that we continue to affirm and assert this in the evidence sometimes that they do not matter the way they should within the United States and worldwide. So please click there for more details and resources about how you can support various organizations that support that cause and educate yourself. And last but certainly not least, I already said it, exclamation point vote now. I don't need to say anything else about it except this: you must vote. It is essential. And if we all do it together, we will win and begin to move on the path towards sanity. If you're not a U.S. citizen and you know people that are, but are kind of like, I don't know, please get them to do it, because it is important, not just for the United States, but for the world. That is going to do it for me. And I don't think we're going to do a raid today because I just want to leave it on this, I think. When I'm back on Tuesday, possibly Monday if Sod's back, that'll be great. But otherwise, if I'm back on Tuesday, we'll do our usual, arrangement of things and we'll all be back to normal. But for today, I like to just sort of leave it on that moment of the Raven. And of course, on the song I'm going to play, which is, again, Thriller by Michael Jackson, but it is covered here by Duende. And I'm glad that I get the chance to play it every year because it's awesome. I really hope it doesn't get anything muted on the VOD or on YouTube, but I can probably take it down. What I'll probably end up doing, just to be extra specially careful, is I'll probably delete it from Twitch, probably as of tomorrow. As soon as it goes up on YouTube, I'll delete it from Twitch, just so that there's no risk of anything, but it will be available on YouTube. And if they make a copyright claim, which is what they did, I think, previously, not Duende, but others, all that means is that I don't get a copyright strike or anything. It just means I can't monetize the video, and that's okay. I can, even if I had to, just mute the music at the beginning and the end, but I want you to all hear it because, yeah, that's the deal with that. That won't help your sanity or beyond help. We'll see. So it's really great. It was a great song, and they do a great job with it. So that is going to do it for me. Let me just pull that song up here, first of all, so I don't miss it. I'm going to exit. Thank you to the Curse of Strahd and to Kevin MacLeod and to Colorless Aura, which I often use in my Strahd games. So thank you so much for all of that. And let me just do this. Let's go to that thing. Okay, there we go. We're gonna pause that. And definitely check out Duende because they are pretty sweet. They're pretty awesome. Okay, where are we? Okay, give me just a second. Lovely. Okay, excellent. I'm all set to go. So thank you, everybody, so much for everything. It's been great, and I look forward to seeing you folks next week. Thank you to my wonderful mods, as always, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Coven Guy, best in the business. Thank you so much for doing a great job today. Thank you so much as well to my subscribers, to Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Coven Guy, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Trisha Matz. Thank you all so much for all the assistance and help. I really appreciate it. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Art Jom. Thank you to Black Fury. Thank you to Commander Root. Thank you to Darken Wolf, to Iliara. Thank you to Live Suing, to Lurks, to Princess League. Thank you to Raidens. Thank you to Ryoga. Thank you to Saddest Kitty. Thank you to Takarush, to Tom-Toms, to you Christensen, V&K, Video Store Cowboy, Virgo Praz, and YC Coolboy 2835, who stopped by again just so they could be immediately banned because they're actually a bot. Thank you so much to everybody. And again, thanks everyone for the support. And please take this in the spirit of the season. Halloween, I think, is not just about being scared. In fact, I don't really think that's what it's about. I think it's about reflection. It's about self-reflection. And so take a moment to self-reflect, to take a deep breath, and then in the next couple of days to put ourselves back on the path to sanity. Will we ever let this insanity happen again? Quoth the Arvanauts, nevermore. And in that spirit, I am thankful to have been your guest tonight. For one last time, happy Halloween, everyone.
It's close to midnight, and something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, you see a sight that almost stops your heart. You try to scream, but terror takes us out before you're naked. Yeah, you start to freeze as horror looks you right between the eyes. You're paralyzed. 'Cause this is real life, and no one's gonna save you from the beast that's about to strike. You know it's real life, and fighting for your life inside a killer thriller tonight. You hear the door slam and realize that there's nowhere left to run. You feel the cold hands and wonder if you'll ever see the sun. You close your eyes and hope that this is just imagination, girl. But all the while, you hear a creature creeping up behind, and you're out of time. 'Cause this is real life. There ain't
close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize y'all's neighborhood. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. The foulest stenches in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to